Greetings, my friends. I am UFO Lucifer. Now, I know this may seem strange, but it's really not that strange. After all, this is a show that talks about aliens. Tonight, we will be taking a look at one of the strange characters of the so-called disclosure movement. And this, my friends, would be one UFO Jesus. UFO Jesus. What a circus we live in when a guy named UFO Jesus is one of the biggest advocates of the so-called disclosure movement. But is he really a UFO messiah or just another opportunistic vulture swooping in to profit from the true believers? I, UFO Lucifer, am here to find out. It appears that UFO Jesus sells UFO disclosure to the true believers, and apparently they will believe anything he says. One thing you'll notice about this false UFO prophet, if you spend any time listening to him speak, is this. In some of his videos, he repeats talking points from other UFO hucksters selling UFO and alien stories. He does this word for word in some cases while doing zero research and zero fact checking of what he's talking about. Maybe he repeats so many talking points that he should have picked UFO Parrot instead of UFO Jesus. He really likes to repeat talking points, I suppose, handed to him by other so-called UFO journalists. One of my favorite terms, by the way. One of these things is not like the other. They don't go together. UFO journalists. He uses these talking points without fact-checking anything, especially if they support his already drawn conclusions. This also begs the question, is he working with or for some of these other characters on the scene? Why else would he simply repeat their talking points without checking into any of it? That's a fair question, given the way he operates. He plays very fast and loose with facts, and he presents things as fact that he never actually even took the time to check if they're true or not. If it supports his pre-made conclusions, he's all in, repeating fake information and fake stories with fake sources. Yes, my friends, Jesus would do better. UFO Jesus. At best, UFO Jesus is simply entertainment, I suppose, for people who want so badly to believe we are not alone and are being, in fact, visited by aliens. Well, friends, tonight we will be checking into one of his videos where he makes fantastical claims in the title. And the video is titled, Aliens Warn Government, Disclose the Truth About UFOs or Else. Oh, so dramatic. I like this UFO Jesus guy already. Aliens warn the government, disclose the truth about UFOs or else. And this video got almost 200,000 views. Boy, that's a lot of clicks. Oh. But is this clickbait trash and fake information? Or did aliens really warn the government that they better disclose the truth about UFOs or else? After all, it's in the title. It's in the title. All right, friends. So I'm going to cite, I'm told by your Earth laws, I have to cite fair use here. And I'm going to do that. now. One moment there. Let's get this. There he is. There he is. Yes. I am learning to work the magic machine here. You humans are so clever. Technology, right? Yes. So we will share this video. We will also be discussing its contents and critiquing the truth that UFO Jesus is trying to bring into the world, that aliens warn the government, disclose the truth about UFOs, or else. Yes, we'll be talking about this video, so I will share it now, and we will listen together. Yes. Thank you, humans, for joining me here. I am glad that there is an audience to witness the magnificence of UFO Lucifer. And listen, there's a UFO Jesus, so there has to be a UFO Lucifer. Okay? That's how it works. I will share Mr. UFO Jesus video henceforth. Wow, that's the start of the video. I wonder if that's his O face. Looks like an O face. Okay, let's listen to what Mr. UFO Jesus has to share with us. Well, one moment, one more piece of business. There we are. Okay.
Aliens are pressuring the deep state to disclose the reality of their existence, and they are doing so in highly mysterious ways. They have given the gatekeepers in charge of maintaining the secrecy of the ET presence here on Earth a deadline. Here's how it all went down. Years back, and I don't know the exact date, they sent an electronic message to the Groom Lake headquarters, or as it's most commonly known, Area 51. Here is the message that was received. Greetings. On July 7th, 1947, one of our crafts
I'm sorry, let's try that again.
Aliens are pressuring the deep state to disclose the reality of their existence, and they are doing so in highly mysterious ways. They have given the gatekeepers in charge of maintaining the secrecy of the ET presence
They're
here
giving
on
them a
Earth
deadline.
a deadline.
Yeah,
Here's
them
how
aliens.
it all went down.
Yeah.
Years back, and I don't know the exact date, they sent an electronic message to the Groom Lake headquarters, or as it's most commonly known, Area 51.
Yeah, they sent a
Here is
message.
the message that was received. Greetings.
Oh, he's got
On
the
July
message.
7th, 1947, one of our crafts crashed at Roswell, New Mexico, and you recovered it.
My
While
goodness.
much of the world believes in the existence of ETs, and still some believe that ETs are visiting your planet, it is not yet considered a fact by science or academia.
Yes, because that's not a fact. And where does this message come from? Because I've got every UFO book in the history of humankind and every UFO documentary, and no one else ever talked about this incredible message. And why is this incredible breaking news not on CNN and MSNBC? After all, he's got the message that aliens warn the government that they better disclose the truth about UFOs or else. Why is this not all over every newspaper? this incredible message from aliens, and why have I never heard of this message from aliens in any other source? It's very mysterious, friends.
We understand you committed to secrecy during the Cold War. However, this is no longer a factor, and your current commitment to secrecy no longer serves any rational purpose. Not only are you withholding the technologies that you have reverse engineered from our crash craft that would liberate Earth from fossil fuel and preclude your world from being destroyed by pollution, but you're also stripping humanity of their free will. The confirmation that humanity is not only not alone, but is regularly visited by beings from other worlds would initiate a paradigm shift that would change the way your species interacts with each other and views reality. How can humanity have free will when something as fundamental as verification they are not alone is withheld from them? We simply will not tolerate anymore a tiny fraction of humanity having the verified truth, while the rest of the world goes on in ignorance.
Wow, what an amazing message from these aliens. They want us all to know about them. They want the government to end the secrecy. You know, the 70-year truth embargo about aliens and flying saucers that everybody talks about, but no one's ever proved is real in 70 years. That truth embargo.
We're giving you 8 years to disclose from today. Disclose before the deadline, and you can disclose in the manner that you wish. Just go 1 second beyond the deadline, go outside and look up at the sky. We'll be there.
Oh my goodness, aliens are going to invade us if the government doesn't tell us the truth. This is terrible.
Finally, the longer you wait till the last minute, the more we will make ourselves heard. The more we will make ourselves seen. And if you truly wait till the last minute, please look out for a weird asteroid that has a shape that has never been seen before coming from outside your solar system.
Oh my goodness, that sounds familiar.
If you witness this event, know the time is near. The first portion of the ET message that I want to examine is, finally, the longer you wait till the last minute, the more we will make ourselves heard. You know what that refers to? That refers to the loud, mysterious booms we've been hearing all over the world that seem to be spreading and becoming more frequent.
This, my friends, is Conspiracy Convincer 101. If you have one ridiculous and fantastical claim, like you have an alien message, you've got to attach some things people have heard about and have accepted to be real in there somewhere. So he will connect his alien message to the loud booms and sonic events that people hear. Everyone's heard of this conspiracy. Some say it's true, but it helps the story if you connect two of these things or more. Common trait of the UFO circus huckster.
Here's a recent article from the New York Post. Mysterious booming sounds have left people baffled all over the planet. The terrifying noises have been recorded everywhere from the Middle East to the Midwest this year, with the majority heard on the U.S. East Coast. The latest boom came to light this week, scaring residents in Alabama. The boom, dubbed Bama Boom, shook multiple houses and was heard statewide, according to WBMA.
So it appears that he's saying the aliens are going to increase this sonic activity if the government doesn't tell us the truth about aliens. But I'm still struggling to understand why I didn't hear about this alien message anywhere else in the world. Just from UFO Jesus. He must have an exclusive.
Here is a video of the actual boom that occurred in Alabama.
You okay?
Is that an alien boom?
I don't know.
A car accident? An earthquake? Could be anything. I don't know.
Boom! It shook her house.
It shook the house. Oh no.
Some experts say causes could range from supersonic aircraft to meteors exploding in the atmosphere. While the Leonid meteor shower was taking place when that boom occurred, it's almost certainly not the result of that meteor shower, because in that instance, the meteors coming through the atmosphere were nothing but dust, and burn up long before they would impact the ground, and certainly wouldn't cause a loud boom in the atmosphere either. Moreover, the booms are occurring across this wonderful planet of ours so frequently that a conventional explanation is extremely unlikely to.
And so it must be aliens. It can't be those. It's got to be the aliens making these booms. Yes. And what evidence does he have that it's aliens making these booms? Well, he has an alien message that says that they would make their voices heard. Oh, okay.
To explain the consistent and frequent terrifying booms that are occurring across the globe. The second part of the ET message that I want to examine is the more we will make ourselves seen. What do you think that is referencing? I believe that is referencing visitations in our atmosphere. Here's an article published on November 20th.
Wow. A UFO spat. They're going to make themselves heard and make themselves seen. Boy, they're really threatening the government to force disclosure. This is a great story.
2017. Alien madness. USA sees spate of crazy UFO sightings over past 48 hours. These sightings include a group of 25 orbs, a triangle UFO tailed by military helicopters, and something that looked like a flying bus. And closer to home, one of my sister's good friends actually very recently had a UFO sighting. This sighting occurred in Los Angeles. You'll notice there are 6 orbs circled. Actually, one of them at the top is not circled.
Yes, 6 little dots in the sky that could be anything. Great evidence. UFO Jesus has such high quality evidence for his alien hypothesis. It is truly, truly impressive. No, it's not. He doesn't have anything. Look at this. This is ridiculous, UFO Jesus. That's the best you could do, UFO Jesus, to prove your alien hypothesis. Look at these dots. Great dots. Could be balloons, flares, I don't know, drones, airplanes flying in formation. It could be anything. It's a tiny dot. It's 1 pixel on the screen. What can we learn from this? Nothing. But it may bolster your story. Congratulations, UFO Jesus.
And I'm going to give you the text messages that she sent my sister. At first I thought maybe satellites, but 6 satellites shouldn't be flying together like that. Yeah, and then 2 broke away from the group for a bit and started flying together. I lost them because of the clouds, then 3 of them formed a mini triangle. Not sure what happened to the 6th one. The final UFO incident I want to cover had so much corroboration that it actually made the mainstream media and defies any conventional explanation. NORAD, the FAA, and individual pilots all agree that an unidentified aircraft was traveling above Oregon on October 25th, 2017. What makes the story weird is the air lane the craft was traveling on is well traveled, and yet no.
Oh, another common trait of UFO Jesus is to play stock video and not actually show us the alien craft. Rather convenient that he does that quite often. Let's just put some stock video in there. We don't need to show them actual videotaped proof that any of this happened. No. And I'm not disputing this specific story. I'm talking about the overall way that he weaves his illusionary storytelling stuff. Good job, UFO Jesus.
Nobody was able to get an ID on this craft. All we know about the appearance of this craft is that it's white, but nobody could make out the type. It was flying between 35,000 and 45,000 feet, which is where your average commercial plane flies. This craft had no transponder and it was not giving a consistent primary return on radar. So it was barely detectable on radar. Several commercial pilots were visually able to see it from a distance, though, but eventually lost sight of it. It was then that the F-15s were scrambled to pursue this craft. F-15s have the most powerful air-to-air radar.
Is anyone else thinking, get back to the alien message? I want to know if there's proof. If he has proof that this is a real alien message after all.
In the world and can fly exponentially faster than any private or commercial plane can, and yet these scrambled F-15s couldn't find the UFO. Some people say the UFO may be a smuggler traveling up to Canada. This, however, is very improbable, especially when you consider it was flying along a frequently traveled air lane in the daytime. What kind of craft doesn't give a clear radar signal and conveyed F-15s and doesn't have a transponder.
It must be aliens. This is a stupid argument that all of these UFO hucksters make. Oh, it couldn't be this. It couldn't be that. What could it be? Aliens, maybe? Maybe it's aliens. It's got to be aliens. No, it doesn't. It doesn't have to be aliens, UFO Jesus. There are many explanations for these things that you will not even consider because you've already concluded it was aliens.
I'll let you answer that question. The third portion of the ET message I want to examine is, and if you truly wait till the last minute, please look out for a weird asteroid that has a shape that has never been seen before coming from outside your solar system.
Thing you may have heard
if
about
you witness this
to
event,
bolster his whole alien
the
hypothesis.
time is near. A highly mysterious asteroid has recently entered our solar system. It has been named Oumuamua, which is Hawaiian for a messenger from afar arriving first. This asteroid comes hurling out of the ether of space, lunging at high velocity into our solar system, making its way between the sun and the orbit of Mercury. By any star system, and it has been traveling at a rate of 59,000 solar system that this object.
I don't want to argue with him on that object. For all I know, that is some sort of alien derelict spacecraft. You see, sometimes it's good to weave into your story something which actually may be true after you've piled on all of the other bullshit. I'm sorry, all of the other story time stuff that you're talking about here. Yes.
Object was ejected from. Was there life in that solar system? Was there sentient life in that solar system? Could you imagine sentient life originating hundreds of millions or billions of years ago? Just think how much further ahead they are than we are. Perhaps
another common talking point. There could be civilizations. There could be hundreds of thousands, millions, maybe even billions of years older than us. Imagine the technology. Yes, common talking point. Repeated almost verbatim by many of these UFO hucksters.
Perhaps 100 million years from today, this object will continue traveling throughout the cosmos, and it will do what it has done to us. That is, it will cross paths with another world, and they will celebrate the amazingness of that object, just as we are celebrating it now. And 100 million years from today, they will be technologically where we are now. So you may be wondering how I knew that the aliens have sent a message to Area 51 giving them.
Wow, he's going to tell us where his source for this alien message came from. You know, this alien message that no one else ever talked about or heard about. You've never heard it on any other news outlet, this incredible message that he is in possession of. Now we get to find out where the message came from and how he got it. Can't wait to find out where this message came from.
Them a deadline for disclosure? The answer to that question is I don't know. I just wanted to convey some of the mysterious news that has been happening in our world in a theatrical way. However, this is what I will say.
So he made up the alien message. The alien message does not exist. Great. And it's theater, after all. And the longer, my friends, that you look into this circus, the more you realize all of this is entertainment. It is a circus. Are you not entertained? He's doing theater. And aren't we all just players on a stage? Aren't we all just playing our parts in this grand play? And UFO Jesus has his way, which is to sell UFO Jesus t-shirts and tell stories of fake alien messages that he made up, or fake alien stories that he has not done any research on, or stories with fake sources that he has not vetted or interviewed or investigated at all. And in this crazy circus, you too can be a part of the circus. This grand theater, this grand play. If you hang around in these circles long enough, you too can pick your part. Some people decide that they are Buck Rogers time travel heroes, space adventurers. UFO Jesus decided that he was the prophet of disclosure. Some people decide that they are psychically gifted and have all of these psychic superpowers. My friends, this is a circus. This is a circus. And how much money, it's a fair question, but how much money did UFO Jesus make selling a story about a fake alien message that he just made up? How much money did he make? I'd like to know. It's a fair question, UFO Jesus. How much money did you make with this clickbait title, Aliens Warn Government, Disclose the Truth About UFOs or Else? How much money did you make selling a story about a fake alien message? And how is anyone supposed to take you seriously? Now me, yes, I'm worthy of being taken seriously, UFO Jesus. You, not so much. Now, friends, I believe that will be our presentation for tonight. But I have to tell you, I've got more for you, both the audience and UFO Jesus. UFO Jesus, I've got more for you, got a lot more for you. I can't wait to show everyone in our next presentation on your fantastically done fairy tale videos how badly you were factually incorrect in most of what you were talking about through an entire video. I'm not going to spill the beans yet, but remember what I said about you repeating talking points. UFO Jesus constantly repeats talking points from other UFO hucksters that sell stories about aliens and UFOs. That may be a problem for you, UFO Jesus. Now, friends, I will devote my full attention to the live chat. If you have any questions or comments for me, please put them in all caps, and I will address your questions. Thank you all for being here to witness the beginning of our new series, where I, UFO Lucifer, will break down and deconstruct the videos of one UFO prophet, UFO Jesus. Yes, wise words, O great bringer of light. Yes. Why does it take a UFO Lucifer to tell you the truth about lies being peddled by someone called UFO Jesus? This is the strange world that we now inhabit, my friend. When will I interview Dick Nolan? Not quite sure. But perhaps he is on the list for future interviews, right? Yes, I believe he is. Melissa is here and says, as the daughter of Lucifer, I feel offended. Also feel offended when someone offers me cookies, so don't mind at all. Well, thank you, Melissa. I will not mind. Solar Marshall, hey Steve, aka UFO Lucifer. Greetings to you, Marshal of the Solar. Yes. Let's see, we will give some shout outs for people in the live chat. Okay, shout out, Lee Veltman is here. Jonaside is here. Loyal Star is here. Back, good to see you back again, Loyal Star. F Graph 72 is here. All around arbiter. Daniel, the context is here. Jolly Bridge Burner is here. Out of Mind is here. B. Baker is here. Shout out to B. Baker. And let's see, Jolly Bridge Burner. I may have said that. Let's see. V is here. V is here. Welcome, V, who says, this may be the best yet. I believe that you are right. I have really, really been trying hard to improve these things, and this one worked out quite well, I think. All right. Shout out to V. Shout out to, I think we met JJ. Shout out to JJ. Shout out to Solar Marshall. Yes, and please do hit the like button. Absolutely, that would help UFO Lucifer. Yes. Let us remind people that the best way to support my videos is to like, comment, and subscribe. Share these videos on your social media. It's time for UFO Jesus to let people hear the other side of the story that he conveniently leaves out. Funny that he leaves out a big part of the story, and I'm here to tell the other part of the story, I suppose. Yes, and Out of Mind is sharing his channel where you too can follow along with UFO Jesus. Ha! Some Jesus. I knew Jesus, UFO Jesus, and you, sir, are no Jesus. UFO Lucifer knocking UFO Jesus off his cloud right now. Yes. Why should I be the only one to fall to earth? Daniel. Is there sentient life in UFO Jesus video? No. None. Loyal Star says, I think I had one too many gummies. Have fun, Lucifer. Thank you. Good to see you here. You are most welcome, and enjoy your candies. Yes. Oh, let's see. Hell's Herbert is also here. Shout out. Hurrybutt. Hollis Hurrybutt. Yes. Welcome, Hollis Hurrybutt. Great. I will try. Mario Heat is asking, UFO Lucifer, what is your favorite pizza topping? I would say pepperoni. Yes, I'm quite fond of this pepperoni, spicy, delicious meats. Yes. Reamsey says, I don't think that is really Lucifer. I think that is a fake Lucifer. How dare you? How dare you question me, UFO Lucifer? Do you not witness my magnificence, Reamsey? How dare you question me? UFO Lucifer, what did you think of your TV series? Well, I think it's particularly well done, but not very historically accurate. That's what I would say about that. Very handsome man. They chose to play me, though. I'm quite, pleased with him. Lucifer, you may need a few days at the cabin to recuperate. No, I plan on jumping down a volcano after tonight. Yes. I tend to like it hot. Yes. Now, it says Reamsey, you're going to hell. No, we don't want Reamsey in hell. No. Brandon Young is here. Shout out to Brandon Young. Says, what? Who are you and what have you done to Cambion? I am UFO Lucifer the Magnificent. and I'm here to guest host tonight's show. And we have a new series where I will be deconstructing and critiquing the incredible artistic works of one UFO Jesus. Okay. So UFO Lucifer has come here to keep UFO Jesus honest. Every yin needs their yang. UFO Jesus. Yes. Mr. UFO Lucifer, when is disclosure happening? Well, if you listen to UFO Jesus any day now, but he's been saying any day disclosure is coming for 3 years. I would say never. Poor UFO Jesus dedicating his life to something that may or probably will never happen. Sad, really. Seems like a talented fellow. Perhaps a little soft in the head, however. Yes. Hollis Hurlbutt says you sound a little like a lizard man who was on a few weeks ago. Don't know him. Sorry. I'm not a voice actor doing the best I can here. So many critics everywhere, right? Wow, there's so many. Hotel Graffiti says this is a good thing. Thank you for your positive words and encouragement, human person. The magnificent UFO Lucifer, agree. I am, after all, very magnificent. It's a reptilian in a devil mask. I will not confirm nor deny that. Okay? I will not confirm or deny. Did Wilcock sell you his soul? Yes. All David Wilcock wanted was cash. Money. Yes. Very fond of the 40 pieces of silver. This David Wilcock is, after all, right? All David Wilcock cares about is money and his ego. He's got more ego than money, for sure. And he's got a lot of money. That says a lot about Mr. David Wilcox. Cock. Whatever it is, cock. Yes. What kind of music do you like, UFO Lucifer? I like dark music, of course. You know, Ozzy Osbourne, Black Sabbath, black metal. Yes. I'm quite fond of that Norwegian death metal as well. Mr. Lucifer, how likely am I to get laid if I make UFO videos? About as likely to get laid as if you made Dungeons and Dragon videos, Mario Heat. This is a niche market, and yes. But you could. People have gotten laid for stupider things they've done on the internet, after all. The reptile wants in on the UFO YouTube grit, so he's trying to sell himself in opposition to Jesus. Again, I will not confirm or deny. I am UFO Lucifer. I am not a reptilian alien. I'm an ancient spirit. Once angel. Then I got a little cocky, right? I was once the world's most beautiful angel, God's most beloved. Then I got cocky. Now I look like this, all right? This is a strange, strange world. Speaking of hot, are the ladies in hell as hot as the rumors claim? Yes, all the bad girls go to hell. Conspiracy. All the bad girls go to hell. So where would you rather be? Bunch of good two-shoes, Catholic school girls, or with the bad girls? Ha ha! I'm quite fond of the bad ones myself. Yes, always have been. Raw energy, yes. How's the party down there? Well, it's been going on for, a millennia. Sometimes we get tired, but we have lots of party favors, Brandon Young, to keep things interesting. I'm rich, so I would not know, but Satan is my very close uncle, and he told me some stuff. Yes, we're all related. Satan, Baal, Lucifer. There are so many of us. Did you know that 200 of us fell after the Great War? Brandon Young says, I worship you, UFO Lucifer. As well you should. Yes, I am quite worthy of your worship. Maybe I'll start a cult. After all, we're getting followers already. Amazing. Yes. Say hi to Billy Graham for me. Oh, I will. And I just talked to Rush Limbaugh. He arrived recently. He's not doing well here, where I am king. Oh, Pragmagic is here and says, oh, Lucy, good to see you, buddy. Still waiting on your end of our arrangement. I'm not quite sure what he means. Did I buy your soul? I may have, yes. Send me a text message or something. I don't recall, Pragmagic. Yes, I agree with you, Mario. It is very important. It is very important, right? That is of utmost importance that we praise the cash, praise the cash, praise the cash. I am UFO Lucifer, and you too, my friends. If you would like to see more shows like this, can help me praise the cash and send a donation by PayPal from our About section or become a Patreon supporter. All that you see here is supported by Patreon, including this. Thank you to our Patreon supporters for making my crazy ideas work. Yes. One moment. I will share the bumper. Yes, we could use your financial support to continue the show, so please do consider a PayPal donation or becoming a Patreon supporter if you want to see our show continue. There are links in the About section of our channel, and once again, please do like, comment, and subscribe. It really does help us. Back to the live chat. Are the UFOs fallen angels? Well, they may be. They may be, B. Baker. Time will tell, yes. Reamsey says, I donated to UFO Jesus, and all I got was a lousy 5 loaves and 2 fishes. Yes. If you want to party like a rock star, donate to me, Reamsey. Brandon Young says, thanks for all the cool music, Lucifer. Yes, God has inspired some very cool music back in the day, right? Mozart and that boring classical music composed by people inspired. I inspire much better music. Yes. Yes, I do, Brandon Young. Thank you for your kind words. Pragmatic says, I murdered that man in Delaware and got nothing yet. Oh, my bad. I forgot what you asked for. Beethoven says, yes, Brandon Young says Beethoven. Yes, how boring. How boring. Yes, I may start selling knockoff Nike. Yes. Ramsey asked, "Do I have an OnlyFans?" Not yet, but it's a tough economy, so I'm considering it heavily. Yes. Melissa asked, "Why did you broke up Led Zeppelin?" I demand answers. That wasn't me. No. Somebody died, and then things fell apart. Sad story. Yes. No, I lost that stupid bet. Lee Veltman asked, "Still have the fiddle of gold?" No, I lost the stupid bet. Ever meet the Wishmaster? Yes, of course. Of course. We have coffee sometimes. Yes. Well, friends, I want to thank each and every one of you for joining us. It has been a fun debut for UFO Lucifer. We will be back deconstructing more of this UFO Jesus videos very, very soon. Sooner than you think. Yes. We will continue to cover the ridiculous man known as UFO Jesus. Yes. And his tactics. And his UFO profiteering. Sell the story, sell the story, sell the story. Who cares if it's true or factual? Ha ha! UFO Jesus. I knew Jesus. You, sir, are no Jesus. Good. Well, I've done what I wanted to do today, friends. I have successfully started my new guest show, my new series. UFO Lucifer will be returning. But until I do, remember, my friends, always remember this wonderful, wonderful advice. It is much better to reign in hell than to serve and kneel in heaven. Good night, friends. Greetings and salutations. Welcome, viewers, listeners, and worldwide audience. You may bask in the magnificence of me, UFO Lucifer. Now, you may ask yourself, what the hell is a UFO Lucifer? And for those who don't know, I will explain. Welcome to the circus, friends. Welcome to the circus. You see, one of YouTube's biggest advocates for so-called alien disclosure is someone who calls himself UFO Jesus, offending Christians worldwide by putting UFO and Jesus together, but it doesn't matter. Yes. And you too can buy a UFO Jesus t-shirt and support him repeating fake facts on the internet, telling people that disclosure is coming any day now. So what is a UFO Lucifer? Well, it's the antidote, of course, for a UFO Jesus. After you've gone over there and heard him repeat all the talking points and lies of people who make their full-time living selling fake alien stories, you can come here and hear the actual truth. UFO Jesus does zero fact-checking. He does zero research. He just repeats things that he wants to believe. Doesn't make them true, UFO Jesus. You're lying through your UFO Jesus teeth to the public, and we're going to stop that. So, one of the videos which caught UFO Lucifer's eyes was a video about Bob Lazar, yes. And the video is titled, Bob Lazar is Telling the Truth About UFOs. This would lead most rational people to believe that UFO Jesus believes that Bob Lazar is telling the truth about UFOs. It's in his video title. But no, UFO Jesus, just a few moments ago on Twitter, was weaseling out of this. He knows that I have facts in hand before putting mouth in gear. He knows I have evidence, and he has fake stories and talking points that he heard from the people originally selling the story. I have facts. I have evidence. UFO Lucifer Jesus. And this, he knows. He knows I have facts and evidence that will make him look extremely stupid for posting this video titled, Bob Lazar is Telling the Truth About UFOs. He knows I have this evidence. So it's no surprise to UFO Lucifer that just a few moments before broadcast, UFO Jesus is on Twitter trying to squirm out of things, claiming, oh no, this was a parody. He was pretending to be Bob Lazar's lawyer. And lawyers don't necessarily believe their clients are telling the truth, of course, yes. What a cop-out. What a cop-out. You titled the video, UFO Jesus. You titled your own video, Bob Lazar is Telling the Truth About UFOs. Now he says on Twitter, I never said I believe Bob Lazar is telling the truth. I'm a Bob Lazar agnostic. What a cop-out. What a cop-out, UFO Lucifer. I thought UFO Jesus. I'm getting confused. Too many UFO personalities, right? Yes. So I thought more of UFO Jesus. I thought that he would have the balls, right? The balls to come on my show after I've presented my evidence and apologize to the public for spreading fake facts and false information in a video titled Bob Lazar is Telling the Truth About UFOs. But he won't. No, UFO Jesus is crying somewhere right now, waiting for the shoe to drop and for people to learn the truth. A video titled Bob Lazar is Telling the Truth About UFOs when you've done zero research and are only repeating talking points of the very people who have made money for some 30, 35 years, selling the fake Bob Lazar story is irresponsible and stupid. So tonight we are going to dispel these myths. We are going to destroy these illusions, for illusions cannot last, my friends. So let's cite fair use. We will cite fair use, and we will be sharing some of UFO Jesus video about Bob Lazar telling the truth. Bob Lazar telling the truth. Did you know he was a pimp, UFO Jesus? Did you know he's a convicted pimp? He ran a whorehouse, UFO Jesus. Why would someone associating themselves with Jesus be helping someone who ran a whorehouse sell fake stories about aliens? I don't know. Maybe he's not quite Jesus-like, right? All right, we will share the fair use banner because we will be sharing some of UFO Jesus video as we discuss it and critique it and show you the other side of the story, of course. Yes. So we're critiquing the video we are sharing. This is covered under fair use and allowable by law. We are using the video as an educational tool to teach people that you should not trust someone calling themselves UFO Jesus to tell you the truth. I can't believe someone with Jesus in their name lies so much. It's kind of funny. Yes, it is. UFO Jesus lying through his Jesus teeth. Oh, goodness. It is priceless. Yes, and Brock Lander says, pimping ain't easy. Bob Lazar is a pimp. He was a pimp. He ran a whorehouse. Show me any other senior staff level physicist on planet Earth that woke up one day and said, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to run a whorehouse. Bob Lazar is a pimp, UFO Jesus. Let me tell you something. Maybe I've spent some time on the mean streets of Philadelphia. Right? Maybe I've known some pimps. Let me tell you something. You cannot trust a pimp to tell you the truth. I shouldn't have to tell you this, UFO Jesus. You're foolish to trust a convicted pimp. Okay? Foolish. Foolishness. All right. We will be sharing a UFO Jesus video titled Bob Lazar is Telling the Truth About UFOs. Yes. And then I will have some of my evidence to share that everything he says in this video is garbage. His proof is garbage. He has garbage proof. Yes, we have good proof. Bob Lazar is lying. He has garbage proof. Bob Lazar is telling the truth. Let's get into it. Let's get into it, friends. Yes. All right, fair use, fair use. Oh, I love his outfit in this video too. He's got a really, he's got a good Jesus outfit there. I bet you that was like $40 on eBay. He spares no expense. And look at this green screen courtroom. Yes. Oh, let's do that one more time, friends. Make sure I share the audio. Yes. Share audio. Bob Lazar is telling the truth about UFOs. I beg to differ, UFO Jesus. And tonight, I will educate you, UFO Jesus. I have got more for you, much, much more for you. I have been previewing some of your other videos, which are just as filled with fake facts as this one. So I've got more for you after tonight, UFO Jesus. Lots and lots of more for you. All for you, UFO Jesus. It just became a lot harder for you to spread fake and false information. Let's get into it, friends.
Continue making an amazing case for my client Bob Lazar that he was indeed working at S4, a subbase of Area 51, back engineering the alien propulsion system of a flying saucer. The following is a quick breakdown of the 4 major points I made in the previous video that strongly supported that Bob Lazar is telling the truth and always has been telling the truth regarding his working at S4, back engineering the propulsion system of an alien spacecraft.
Okay, you have 4 talking points, all of which were taken from Jeremy Corbell, who sold the Bob Lazar documentary, which was really a pro Bob Lazar fluff piece. Corbell famously said to someone, "There's no movie if Bob Lazar is lying." Do you know, UFO Jesus, when he said that? He said that when good and credible researchers were sending Corbell all of the ample and supportive evidence that Bob Lazar was a fraud and a liar. Alien scientists sent him a treasure trove of information which would indicate Bob Lazar was a fraud and a liar. Solar Marshall, who is perhaps known in UFO conspiracy land as the world's biggest expert on the Bob Lazar case, sent Jeremy Corbell all of the proof, mountains of proof that Bob Lazar is a liar and a fraud. Many other researchers, Stephen Cambion, sent Jeremy Corbell this information. Guess how much made it into his so-called documentary? None of it, UFO Jesus, none of it. And now you are repeating George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell's talking points, the 2 people who have profited the most from the Bob Lazar story. Congratulations, you've done an excellent job being a parrot. We should call you UFO Parrot. You just repeat shit. You don't check any of this. You don't even know if what you're saying is true, but you're telling people it is. It's not, and we will prove it tonight.
Number 1, Bob Lazar knew about a sub-base of Area 51 called S4. At the time, S4 was not talked about in any capacity within the public domain, nor could you find it in any newspapers or any textbooks or any magazines or anything like that. It's also my understanding that S4 wasn't talked about within the private realm either. Number 2.
I'm sorry. Number 1, you are false. This is factually inaccurate information and stupid. First point, Area S4 was on government maps. Did you know that? Did you bother to check? Yes, Area S4 was on government maps, but it wasn't a top secret base to work on aliens. It was a radar installation. A radar installation, and it is on government maps. It is known about in the military. And Bob Lazar may have worked at S4, the radar base, on radiation health monitoring equipment. We have clips of John Lear which prove that. S4 was known about, but he took a real base, which was a radar installation, and decided that it was somewhere else on the map and that he went there to work on alien flying saucers. Another thing worthy of note, there have been recent flyovers of the area that he pointed out was Area 51 S4. Guess what's there, UFO Jesus? Nothing. Nothing is there. There is also ample and supportive evidence that Bob Lazar's first father-in-law from his first wife actually worked at S4. So your argument that he could not have known about S4 is completely and totally invalid and factually inaccurate. Let's see what his second great point is.
On 3 separate occasions, Bob Lazar took a unique group of people within visual proximity of S4. He took them at a precise time, at a precise place, and every time he did so, they witnessed spectacular showcases of something flying around in the sky that gave them the impression it was not a conventional aircraft. Now, if he had no connection with what was going on within the Area 51 complex, how would he have known the details of when and where flight tests were being undertaken?
Oh, this one is another one. This one is you playing fast and loose with facts. Because years later, despite what I think of him, he's a criminal now, but Sean David Morton and other researchers proved that the Janet flights flying into Area 51, if seen from a certain distance, could be conceived or believed to be UFOs of some sort. There are airplanes flying in and out of Area 51 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And you also did no homework here, did you? Do you know where Bob Lazar, John Lee, or Gene Huff were when they were reviewing these so-called flight tests? Do you even know? Do you even care? They were 30 miles away from Area 51 proper, which would put them at about 90, or maybe, I'm sorry, which would put them at least 60 or 70 miles away from the area that Bob Lazar described as Area S4. What details about an aircraft in the sky can you discern from 60 or 70 miles away, UFO Jesus? The video, John Lear's home video of this, only shows some light in the sky off in the distance. That is not proof of anything. Anyone who spent some time out there could see lights in the sky every night coming in and out of Area 51. Most likely, those are Janet Airline flights, the airline which takes employees back and forth from Area 51 from Las Vegas. It is entirely conceivable or possible that that's what they were seeing, airplane lights. You can tell nothing from the video. There is no indication in the video that it is anything extraordinary. So you relied on talking points of George Knapp and Jeremy Corbell. These are the exact talking points of the people that are out there selling this story. And you just repeated them, not knowing any of the details, not researching any details, not fact-checking anything about that so-called story. No, I'm afraid your points are quite invalid. Is it possible that Bob Lazar knew about test flights? Sure. But it is just as possible that he had spent some time out there and saw airplane lights in the skies at night, and knew that from a distance, he may be able to fool people. Let's see what his next great point is.
Number 3, as part of the vetting process of investigative journalist George Knapp, he had Bob Lazar smack dab in the midst of confirmed Area 51 employees, and they all grilled him, asking him basic questions about the Area 51 premises, such as, what is the first thing you see when you get off the plane? What is the thing over there? What is that color? What is X? What is Y? What is Z? He was able to respond correctly to all these questions. At the end of his grilling, every single confirmed employee that worked out at Area 51 believed that Bob Lazar frequented the premises of Area 51. Number 4.
Oh, this is a great story. What a fantastic story you have, but it's just a story. Show us the names of these people. Show us their employment records, proving they actually worked at Area 51. This is another George Knapp talking point. Talking points which George Knapp has never provided the proof of and never will, sadly. It's a great story. And do you know, you are so unfamiliar with this case. Do you know when George Knapp started saying these things? It was right after a researcher, Stanton Friedman, started blowing holes all through the Bob Lazar case. Oh no. People are finding out that Bob Lazar's education is completely made up horse shit and fake. We're going to have to come up with something to bolster the story and keep it going. Suddenly, George Knapp is talking to all of these people that work at Area 51 and saying that they're confirming Bob Lazar's story. But to this day, UFO Jesus, 35 years later, he has yet to release the name of any of those people. For all we know, they're George Knapp and Bob Lazar's imaginary friends that work at Area 51. There is no supportive evidence or proof of this story. Simply the word of a man who's been selling this story for 35 years. Oh, I'm sorry. You don't know very much about this case, do you? You're just repeating George Knapp's talking points and Jeremy Corbell's talking points. And that could be very dangerous if you're telling people you're telling them the truth. Maybe you will learn tonight that you should do some fact checking. You should have facts in hand, UFO Jesus, before putting your mouth in gear like this. You look foolish tonight. You look foolish, and you're going to look more foolish as we go on our journey tonight.
Again, as part of George Knapp's vetting process, he had Bob Lazar take 4 separate polygraph tests, asking him questions about his working out at S4, back engineering the propulsion system of an alien spacecraft, and he aced each and every one of those polygraph tests.
Oh, did you hear this? This is another talking point, but this one doesn't come from George Knapp. This one comes from Jeremy Corbell. You see, about the time that Jeremy Corbell's film documentary was going to drop about Bob Lazar, Jeremy Corbell started pushing this fake narrative that Bob Lazar passed 4 lie detector tests. Oh, but did you do any investigation into this, UFO Jesus, or did you just repeat this horse shit? Because Bob Lazar passing 4 lie detector tests is horse shit, and we're going to prove it. First of all, this, like George Knapp's other imaginary Area 51 people confirming Bob's story that no one else is allowed to speak to or talk to or interview, this story came out right when Bob Lazar's story was falling apart. George Knapp needed some way to keep the story going. So what did he do? Well, he began getting Bob Lazar to take lie detector tests. And you see, the entire way that the lie detector tests were conducted was unethical. How do I know that? Well, I know that because of the excellent research of Stephen Cambion, who called the National Polygraph Examiners Association and told them about this story and showed them the evidence about the way in which the polygraph tests were administered. The National Polygraph Examiners Association said, first of all, Terry Tabernetti, being close friends with George Knapp, should never have taken part in any polygraph examinations with Bob Lazar. It would be a conflict of interest. No, Terry Tabernetti should have referred him to a polygraph examiner that he did not know. But he didn't do that. Next, the National Polygraph Examiners Association told Stephen Cambion that you don't just keep administering polygraphs until someone passes. If they fail a polygraph exam once, that's it. You get one bite at the apple. You don't just keep on giving them lie detector tests until you get the results you want, UFO Jesus. That's not how polygraphs work. Not in law enforcement, not in the corporate world. Nowhere on earth do polygraphs work the way that this situation worked, except in George Knapp's world, where he needed to prove that Bob Lazar was telling the truth to keep selling the story for 10 or 15 or God knows how many more years is he going to sell this story. No, I'm afraid that the lie detector tests is false information. Well, at least it is extremely factually flawed to say that he passed 4 lie detector tests. First of all, Terry Tabernetti, George Knapp's friend, can't even get his story straight. In one interview, he says that if Bob Lazar was lying, he ought to be in Hollywood. He showed absolutely no indication of deception. In another interview, Terry Tabernetti admits that Bob Lazar failed the first polygraph test. And it was going exactly how he thought it would. He failed the test. He was giving answers that were indicating deception. Does that sound like acing a lie detector to you, UFO Jesus? You just said it. Bob Lazar aced all 4 lie detectors. Wrong. Wrong. He failed some. He passed some. Others were inconclusive. He did not pass 4 lie detector tests. You got it all wrong. And this is what we'll do. We'll share the proof of that. First of all, here's proof that Terry Tabernetti, who administered most of the lie detector tests, can't even get his story straight. First, he says Bob Lazar should be in Hollywood if he's lying because there was no indication of deception. That was in one interview. And in a separate interview, Terry Tavernetti says he failed the first test. He was lying. UFO Jesus. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. George Knapp, Jeremy Corbell. And this is Stephen Campion's video, which we will share. It's called Why George Knapp, Jeremy Corbell, and Bob Lazar's Claims of Passing a Lie Detector Are Total Bullshit. Yes. Let's share that. And you'll get to see Terry Tavernetti is first in one interview, he says he lied. In another interview, he says, oh, he told the truth the whole way through. He can't even get the story straight. That, my friends, is an indication of deception on the part of George Knapp and this Terry Tavernetti. Yes, let's share this. This is an excellent short video. Look, he didn't pass 4 lie detector tests. You said he aced all 4 of them. Let's see how well. Let's see what Terry Tavernetti says in these interviews.
Now, before you toss Lazar on the pile with all the other UFO wackos, understand that he willingly agreed to take a lie detector test, requested and independently arranged by a Las Vegas reporter. Terry Tavernetti is the ex-cop who administered the test.
If he's lying, he ought to be in Hollywood, because he gave absolutely no physiological indications of attempting deception.
We started the first test, and it went exactly the way I thought it might. He was not doing them. He was reacting to the relevant questions more than he was to the control type of questions, which is indicative of a person who is deceptive, because it's showing an emotion that he does not feel comfortable with his answers. These questions bother him.
He gave absolutely no physiological
Which is it, Terry?
indications of attempting deception.
He was not doing them. He was reacting to the relevant questions more than he was to the control type of questions.
No physiological indications of attempting deception.
Deceptive, because it's showing an emotion that he does not feel comfortable with his answers. Deceptive, deceptive, deceptive,
Attempting deception.
deceptive. Indicative of a person who is deceptive. Who is deceptive. He was not doing them. Deceptive. He was not doing them. Deceptive, deceptive, deceptive.
Yes. So, but that's not the only proof that UFO Jesus is completely and totally factually wrong here. Even George Knapp disputes UFO Lucifer saying that Bob Lazar aced 4 lie detector tests. The only person who ever claimed that Bob Lazar passed 4 lie detector tests is Jeremy Corbell. And UFO Jesus is stupidly repeating words from a master manipulator and deceiver. There, I said it. Okay, we have another video to share. This one will shed more light on the fake lie detector claims of UFO Jesus. No, UFO Jesus, he did not ace 4 lie detectors, unless you count failing them. Unless you count failing them as acing. I don't know why you would say this, except that you did 0 research, 0 fact checking. You just ran with what sounded good that you liked, right? Wow. We will once again cite fair use. We're using this video to educate the public and to inform the public, and we will be discussing and critiquing the contents of the video that we are sharing. This is allowable by law, and this is covered under fair use. So fair use, friends. Here we have George Knapp now will tell us all about Bob Lazar. And again, this is where in the beginning of this video is where he said Bob Lazar, Terry Tavernetti says Bob Lazar failed the first test, and then we gave him more tests. And again, the National Polygraph Examiners Association said that this is completely and totally unethical. You do not give someone a lie detector, and then when you don't get the results you want, just keep giving them more tests until you get the results you want. That's not how polygraphs work. Not in law enforcement, not in the corporate world, not anywhere but George Knapp and Bob Lazar's imaginary world, or and I suppose Corbell's imaginary world. So we'll see exactly what was done. First of all, before Terry Tabernetti got involved, that great friend of George Knapp's came along to help him sell the story of Bob passing lie detectors. There was another polygraph examiner first, and Bob Lazar failed the test with him, and the other was inconclusive. Near as I can recall, we will hear the details here. Well, let me share this one more time. Make sure we share audio. Very important. Yes. Bob Lazar's lie detector test about working on UFOs in Area 51. And this is from Finding UFO. All right.
Credibility.
What we used to do is we used to.
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. No, I have it queued to the wrong thing. Sorry, this is the wrong video. Well, it's the right video, but the wrong time. Let's try this again, friends. Oh, I found it. Yes, yes. Yes, friends, I apologize. All right, we found it and we will be sharing it now. And again, fair use. We are educating the public by sharing this video. All right. Here is George Knapp telling the story of the series of lie detectors. First of all, UFO Jesus, you don't get to take a series of lie detector tests. You get to take one. If you fail the first one, that's it. He failed the first one, and they just kept giving him more tests until they got the results they wanted in order to continue selling his fake stories.
That fear factor would surface later. Lazar agreed to undergo a polygraph exam as part of this report. Polygrapher Ron Slay asked about the technology Lazar had seen.
Did you knowingly lie when you said you had actually seen anti-gravity propulsion in operation?
No. The results of this exam were inconclusive. Lazar appeared to be truthful on one test, deceitful on a second.
Oh, yes. But this polygraph examiner clarified that no, he failed the first one. George Knapp insisted to give him another one. You don't do that. If you failed a polygraph, you failed. You don't just keep giving polygraph tests. But George Knapp wasn't satisfied with the first polygraph examiner's results. So what does he do? He goes to his good friend Terry Tabernetti and has Bob Lazar administered some 4 more lie detector tests. That's 6 lie detector tests at least that this man was administered to. You don't get to get 6 lie detector tests, UFO Jesus. You get one. You get one. And when you fail the first one, you're finished. You don't just keep on giving more polygraphs until he passes some.
Slay recommended that a second examiner be brought in. Polygrapher Terry Tabernetti runs a corporate security operation and is a former Los Angeles police officer. He put Lazar through 4 tests and concluded there was no attempt to deceive.
And I left there thinking that I feel we do have some credibility to what the subject had to say.
In this interview, he claims there was no attempt to deceive from the 4 polygraph tests that he gave Bob Lazar. But in separate interviews, he claimed Bob Lazar failed the first one that he gave him, and he gave him 3 more. Wow, that's a lot of failed lie detector tests. And UFO Jesus said that Bob Lazar aced all 4 lie detector tests. Well, there were 6 at least, UFO Jesus, and he failed some, didn't fail others. Others were inconclusive.
And that's when I went to some of my colleagues.
Tabernetti sent the test results to a 3rd polygrapher who agreed the results appeared truthful. The charts were then sent to a 4th examiner who did not agree, suggesting Lazar might be relating information he'd learned from someone else. The polygraphers conferred and decided they would not issue a final statement on truthfulness until more specific testing can be conducted, and that's where it stands. Tabernetti believes that difficulty in determining Lazar's truthfulness stems from the fear that was drilled into him.
I think we're talking about a subject here that is so far-reaching, and it is so emotional. And when you're dealing with emotions, this is polygraph, because we're dealing in polygraph, you're looking at fear.
Also worthy of note, No one has ever seen the polygraph charts. No one except for George Knapp. So we just have to take his word about all of this, I suppose. But the statement by UFO Jesus that Bob Lazar aced all 4 of his lie detector tests is complete and total horseshit, as we have displayed here tonight.
Fear of getting caught telling a lie because something bad will happen to you if you do.
Well, I am telling the truth. I've tried to prove that. What's going on up there could be the most important event in history. You're talking about contact, physical contact and proof from another system, another planet, another intelligence. That's got to be the biggest event in history, period.
And it's real.
And it's real and it's there.
Oh,
and I had
yes.
an extremely small part in it, but
sounds good.
I'm convinced that what I saw is absolute proof of that. There is no way we could have created those systems. There's no way we could have made the discs, the power supplies, anything to go with them.
So there we have it. Definitive proof that no, Bob Lazar did not ace 4 lie detector tests. Maybe UFO Jesus should fact check things. Maybe he should dig a little deeper before he just repeats talking points from people whose asses he licks. Right? That would be the smart way to go about this. Yes. And Success is sharing this. Thank you very much. Rinsey says, but maybe Bob Lazar had a stomachache the first time. I think this UFO devil is being rather harsh. No harshness intended. Jay Roach, I would be happy to. Please DM me a link on Twitter at Stephen Cambion. Please DM me a link to the video. We will certainly share that. Yes. Well, we have completely and totally picked apart 3, I think, of UFO Jesus's best proofs that Bob Lazar is telling the truth. Yes, but there's more. And let's get to it, friends. So we will once again cite fair use, and we will go back to UFO Jesus, ridiculous video full of fake facts and repeated talking points from people selling alien stories. Yes. Yes, one moment, please. There we are. Okay, so the lie detector claims he said that Bob Lazar aced all 4 lie detector tests. Wrong. Wrong, UFO Jesus, so wrong.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, perhaps the 4 factors I just went over.
Oh no, it is all 4. We've gotten to all 4. We've shown all 4 are pretty shaky. I mean, a few are very shaky. The lie detector claims are complete and total horseshit. What else does he have here to prove Bob Lazar is telling the truth?
Are not enough to persuade you that my client Bob Lazar indeed worked out at the Area 51 complex. That's okay. Luckily for you, I have a trump card up my sleeve that I'm going to throw into the mix, which might be just enough to push you over that edge to accept the reality that my client Bob Lazar worked at S4, a sub-base of Area 51. Back in 1989, Bob Lazar recounted that he witnessed a highly secretive craft known as the Aurora. He successfully drew the back configuration of the craft. He explained that the craft runs on liquid methane. He also conveyed that he once heard the craft and it had a very unusual roar and sounded like the sky was tearing. Years and years later, details of this top secret craft came to light, and Bob Lazar's description accurately detailed the specifications that were revealed about the craft.
Wrong. Wrong. This is fake information as well. Come now, UFO Jesus. Are you this incompetent? Are you this gullible? This is a terrible, again, repeated talking point. The United States government, the Air Force, the Navy, the Army, the Marines, the CIA, the DEA, whoever, the United States government has never admitted that there is in existence a craft called the Aurora that runs on methane or anything else. They have never disclosed that there is a real aircraft named the Aurora that worked or looked as Bob Lazar has described. Show me where the United States government released details of the Aurora craft and how it worked and what it looked like that matched Bob Lazar's description. You can't, because this is a stupid bluff. He mentioned the trump card. I don't know about you, UFO Jesus, but if I wouldn't call a bluff in poker a trump card. This is a bluff. It is stupid talking points that people repeat without evidence or proof. Show us the evidence, show us the proof that the United States government admitted the existence of the Aurora aircraft and how it worked and how it used methane, made the sky tear, whatever. Show us this proof. You don't have it, and neither does anyone else, because the government has never admitted to this aircraft. The Aurora aircraft has long been speculated about or talked about in aviation circles, but there is little to no proof it actually exists.
Make no mistakes about it. There is no way in hell my client could have known those details back in 1989 unless he actually worked out at the Area 51 complex and witnessed this highly secretive craft himself. Now I want to talk about the barrage of harassment and being followed that my client Bob Lazar endured once the security people at S4 began to lose trust in him.
I'm sorry. He will go on to tell stories Bob Lazar told about being persecuted and harassed, but there is no proof, just the words of Bob Lazar. Bob Lazar claimed his car was getting broken into and his house was getting broken into. He never filed any police report. Never. Yes. So UFO Jesus is simply repeating Bob Lazar's stories that have no evidentiary support, no evidence or proof. They're just stories. Repeating them, UFO Jesus, does not make them any more true. Next, I wanted to take a moment to educate UFO Jesus on something very important. You see, when a story begins with a lie, how are we expected to believe anything the person beginning a story with a lie says? Bob Lazar's entire story begins with, I'm an MIT and Caltech educated scientist, but he's not. No one could ever verify that he went to either MIT or Caltech. No one could ever find his master's thesis from either school. And Bob Lazar foolishly claimed that the men in black must have erased his records to discredit him because he was telling people the truth about the aliens at Area 51. Bullshit. Garbage. Bob Lazar's education is completely and totally fake. The entire story starts with a lie, UFO Jesus. So next time you title a video, Bob Lazar is telling the truth about UFOs, maybe you should keep in mind that he begins his entire story with a completely and totally fake, made up education. And that can be proven, and many have proved it. But for the benefit of UFO Jesus, who apparently doesn't do any actual research or fact checking, we will educate him. You see, the entire story always starts with MIT educated government scientist, but he wasn't either an MIT educated scientist or a government scientist. In fact, he was never a scientist. He was an electronics technician. That's what he was. Somewhere later in UFO Jesus video, he talks about how Bob Lazar's name was in the book at Los Alamos, and that proved that he must have been a scientist there. No, again, you are wrong, because next to Bob Lazar's name in that phone directory were the letters KN, Kirk Meyer. Kirk Meyer did not hire scientists at Los Alamos. They only hired low-level electronics technicians. There is an interview where Bob Lazar is shown a satellite dish at Los Alamos, and he talks about remembering installing that satellite dish. UFO Jesus, Bob Lazar claimed to be a senior staff level physicist at Los Alamos. I will tell you something you should have already known. Senior staff level physicists do not do satellite dish installations. Technicians do. There is ample and supportive evidence from many different sources that Bob Lazar was an electronics technician who worked on alpha monitors, radiation health monitoring equipment. That's what he did at Los Alamos, according to several people, including Eric Davis. Even John Lear has said he worked on radiation health monitoring equipment. Let's cite fair use once again, and we will hear from John Lear about Bob Lazar being an electronics technician working on health monitoring equipment. Bear with me, friends. Here we go. This was the video I mistakenly shared earlier, but we'll get to hear John Lear talk about Bob Lazar being an electronics technician, having a contract to work on alpha monitors.
Will give him any credibility.
What we used to do is we used to drive to Los Alamos from here. It was a 16-hour drive, and Bob had a friend there, and it used to take us like 24 hours to rebuild all these alpha probes. There was like 300 of them. And we'd clean them all up and then rewire them and then put the aluminum tape on them, and then we drive back to Las Vegas. What's an
alpha probe?
They scan for radiation of the people that go in and work in Los Alamos.
Oh.
And Bob had the contract. So we did that about every 6 weeks.
Ever wanted the sensation like you're floating on air? You can.
Sorry, friends. 1 second. Yes, and here's something else I will tell UFO Jesus that he should also know. Senior staff level physicists do not take jobs working on alpha monitors or radiation health monitoring equipment. They have more important things to do. Senior staff level physicists do not work on satellite dishes either. But let's get back to Bob Lazar's education. And we'll also be sharing a viewer here. Jay Roach sent me an excellent video, and it is Bob Lazar in court pleading guilty to being a pimp. Very nice video. Thank you for the share. We will get to that in short order. First, let's share claims about Bob Lazar's education and show that his education was completely and totally fake and made up. This is Stephen Cambion's previous video. Bob Lazar's educational claims destroyed. Here we are. Let's do that once more. There we are, friends. Interesting. Bob Lazar was asked about his professors, and he named a professor at Pierce Junior College. The only education that Bob Lazar ever actually got was Pierce Junior College. And what did he take? An electronics technician class, which would make sense because he was an electronics technician at Los Alamos, not a scientist, certainly not a senior staff level physicist. Yes.
The question I had was, what was the year of your graduation from MIT?
He can't remember the year he graduated.
No, it's a master's degree. What was the year of graduation? Probably 82, because I think I left there.
Went to Los Alamos?
I went to Los Alamos.
Could you reveal some of your professors at MIT and Caltech?
Yeah, if you want.
Yes, I will.
I don't have a list of them here. Dr. Duxler, I think, was one of them, and Hosefield was another.
Hosefield?
Hosefield. Hoshsfield or something along those lines.
They remember you?
Oh yeah, Hosefield I know well. Oh sure, I've got people that that I went to school with, and George Knapp has spoken to some of them.
I certainly have trouble with Bob's claimed credentials at schools. He had claimed to have degrees from MIT and Caltech. Now, I've talked to people who saw him at Caltech, but there's no records there. I think it is entirely possible that he would exaggerate his educational background in order to get a great job. He wouldn't be the first person to do that.
Even George Knapp knows he lied.
To lie about his background and education in order to get a good job. And you have to wonder, well, wouldn't the people who hired him know that? And yeah, they would have to. They do a background check. They'd have to know that.
Robert Scott Lazar, supposedly a nuclear physicist with a master's in physics from MIT, a master in electronics from Caltech, who supposedly worked at Area 51 back engineering flying saucers, figured out how they work using element 115. It's a long, detailed story. You can buy the videos someplace else, not from me. I did a lot of checking on Bob. I tried to meet with him twice. I was supposed to on one occasion, and he didn't go along. I checked at MIT. I checked at Caltech. Neither one ever heard of him. Well, but the government wiped his records clean as the response. I talked to the legal counsel at MIT. No way to do that. I talked with the guy who has the degrees, the commencement lists and all that sort of thing. No mention of Lazar. None of the yearbooks show Lazar. You need it for a master's thesis. For a master's degree, you need a thesis. I talked to the guy who holds those. No Lazar item there. He was asked publicly, when did you get your master's from MIT? Well, let me see now. I think it was, probably 1982. I have friends who went to MIT. I was accepted there myself. Go out of high school. And nobody who gets a master's degree in physics from MIT doesn't know what year he got it in. He was asked to name some of his professors. Well, let's see now. He named somebody, somebody, I won't use his name on the air. I checked on him. It was not a common name, fortunately.
Good point, Rich. Yes.
The only trouble is, Bob said he would remember him from Caltech. This individual.
Yes, rest in peace, Mr. Friedman. Great researcher.
Caltech. He only taught at Pierce Junior College. Now, Bob himself had mentioned Pierce to me on the phone. He did go there. Now, that's in Southern California, and he was going there at the same time that he was supposedly attending MIT, 2,500 miles east of there. One heck of a commute. If you can go to MIT, you don't go to Pierce Junior College. But beyond that, I checked with his high school. He finished in the bottom third of his high school class. You can't get into MIT if you're outside. Usually the top 10, 15, 20% of your class. Bottom third, never. His element 115 scheme won't work. Sounds good, science fiction. So, I checked with Los Alamos. He is in the phone book there. Doesn't that prove that he was a scientist working there? No, it certainly doesn't prove he was a scientist. But if you look at the phone book page, up at the very top, it says, this phone book for employees of the Los Alamos National Laboratory, the Department of Energy, Kirk Meyer Corporation, several other companies. Right after Bob's name, and it was only in one phone book issue. They issue them every several months. It says K/M. That's Kirk Meyer, a subcontractor. He worked out at the Maison facility. Don't need a clearance for that. People come in from all over the world, physicists, to do experiments, and he was a technician working out there. And the story goes on and on beyond that. And I get people telling me, well, I don't see why you don't believe him. He seems so sincere. Sincerity is not a check on truth.
According to Bob Lazar, now this is his claim, he has a master's degree in physics from MIT and also a master's degree in electronics technology from Caltech.
I just want to mention that this is the work of excellent researcher Michael Schratt, who will be on Truth Seekers tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to discuss some little-known UFO cases with Stephen Campion. Be sure to tune in tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, where Truth Seekers' special guest will be this man, researcher Michael Schratt.
He has never produced his original master's degree from either MIT or Caltech. He's never produced it. It's a no-show. There's nothing there. He's never been able to produce the original master's degree. And every effort to locate those degrees has completely failed, including the research by Stanton Friedman. Also, I've got a copy of the MIT yearbook during the early 1980s. Stanton Friedman did a very investigative search of the early 80s yearbooks. There's nothing there. There's no name, there's no picture. He doesn't appear in any of the yearbooks. So that's a red flag that we need to look at. I've got a letter here to John Andrews from Robert Kiesler, dated March 19th, 1990, talking about his efforts to find Bob's magnetohydrodynamic master's thesis from MIT. And it says, "Dear Mr. Andrews, I am sorry we are unable to locate a copy of Mr. Robert Scott Lazar's thesis on MHD in our facility." Let's review this. According to Lazar, then, the government not only wiped out his degrees, his both degrees, they wiped out all of the yearbooks. So in essence, they had to crawl up into the dusty ceiling attics of all the graduates from MIT and steal the yearbooks out. And then they also scrubbed his magnetohydrodynamic master's thesis. It's completely gone from every repository. That just doesn't sound logical or reasonable to me, if he's telling the truth.
It was 1990.
Oh, it's Linda Moulton. Howdy doody.
I was working at CNN, and I was a producer, and I got a call in Atlanta at CNN at my office from Bob Lazar. And he said, we're going to be doing something on Memorial Day here. If you can get here, we'd like to have you come and be part of the festivities. And we can talk about, by then it had been very controversial about whether or not Bob Lazar with John Lear, had Bob Lazar been telling the truth about going to Area 51, working for EG&G, all of that. So I went to Las Vegas, met with all of those guys.
Good point.
And was able to spend a lot of time on that Memorial Day weekend. And I believe it was 1990. And here is
Linda Moulton, howdy doody.
the moment of talking with Bob Lazar that is indelible in my mind. He was showing me in his kitchen how he ran this film for the real estate offices that he worked for, filming houses. And he was in the process of demonstrating how he was doing that, just to show me that this is what
Come to the live chat.
He had told me that when Stanton Friedman had questioned him about the fact that he had no degree from MIT, he said, "I never ever said I had a degree from MIT or anything like that. What happened, Linda, is I'm an adopted child, and my parents lived in Florida, and they didn't make much money. And I had gone to school with some buddies. We liked electrical things. We liked engineering. We liked taking cars apart. And some of my buddies got accepted to MIT. He said, I drove up to see them as my friends. And I went to one of their classes for a few days. He would just go and sit. And he said, and I learned some things. I became even more interested in having some kind of a career in which I would be dealing with electronic and engineering things. And he said, that's what I learned at MIT.
Yes, he's on my
I
list.
never told anybody I had a degree. That's Bob's firsthand version to me.
This is the most bothersome part of the story, and I've talked to Bob many times. I think we're friends. I have offered him the opportunity to tell me, Bob, did you exaggerate about your educational background? Because a lot of people do that. You know that in every walk of life, in every occupation, they would exaggerate something on a resume, and he's always stuck to it. Yes. As for professors, he gave me the name of one at MIT. I checked on that. The professor is not there now. Whether he was there then, when Bob says he went there, MIT would not give me that information. I do have one person who says he went to school with Bob, or at least was aware that Bob
yes,
was
he
going
must
to
have
classes
forgotten
at
that.
Caltech. His name is Jim Tagliani. He was a technician in the stealth fighter program here in Tonopah, Nevada. He worked with Bob in the early 1980s at a place called Fairchild Zincom Systems in Simi Valley. I have some documentation to back that part of it up, and he said he remembers Bob as working a lot of weird shifts to accommodate his classes there. The only record we can have for Bob Lazar ever in college is a single class in electronics at a junior college in California.
Right.
And you don't get hired at Los Alamos with that kind of an educational background.
So I'm afraid that this entire story began with a lie. Solar Warden with a kind and generous $5. Is that $5 Canadian? I believe it is. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support of Truth Seekers. We are a viewer-supported show, friends. If you'd like to support us, there is a money button in the live chat. That is the easiest way to throw a few dollars in our hat and keep us producing high-quality content, bringing people the truth, the second red pill. Yes. Thank you, Solar Warden. I will do so. You are most welcome. Thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. Next, I would like to remind people that you can support us on Patreon or through a PayPal donation, and there are links in the About section. Failing that, the other best way to support our show is to like, comment, subscribe, and share these videos. Share them on your social media. That would help us very much. Please do like, comment, and subscribe, and send some of our video links to your friends. Share our channel link on your social media. And thank you all for helping us to grow. The subscribers are growing every day, and the view counts are jumping up, and there are more and more live attendees in our live chat every week. And we thank you for that. Next, I'd like to remind anyone who is listening in audio podcast land, you're missing half the fun. We do a live chat here, interactive chat. Every live broadcast that we do here on YouTube, just go to YouTube and search the YouTube, hit the YouTube search and put in Truth Seekers, one word. Look for the guy with the weird sunglasses. That would be Stephen Cambion, your usual host. I'm guest hosting today. Yes. Next. Yes, so please, if you're in audio podcast, if you're listening in audio podcast land, please come and join our main hub here, our YouTube channel. Also, please be sure to follow Stephen Cambion on Twitter. It's at Stephen Cambion, and you will know when every live show will be. He tries to post them. He's doing a terrible job, but yeah, he attempts to post them before the shows take place. Now I will dedicate, well, I want to make a few last points. Oh, first we're going to share this, this other video. Yes. of Bob Lazar in court for being a pimp. Bob Lazar was a pimp, a convicted pimp. And by the way, he lied. First, he told George Knapp that he had very little involvement in the whorehouse. He was just helping them with computer systems. Turns out that is completely and totally a lie. Because Bob Lazar and his wife were full partners with the madam in a whorehouse. Yes, Bob Lazar and his wife were running a whorehouse. One may wonder how many men's wives would let them run a whorehouse. I don't know. Seems funny. I would also challenge UFO Jesus to find me one other UFO Jesus. Find me any other real scientist who also ran a whorehouse. You can't. Real scientists don't run whorehouses because they worry about their reputations. Fraudsters and fakers might want to run a whorehouse, but not a real scientist. Bob Lazar was never a real scientist. Another great point that I wish to remind everyone that on a recent interview with Larry King, Bob Lazar claimed that the craft that he worked on, you know, the alien spacecraft, was 52 feet in diameter. But there's a problem with that. Because Bob Lazar's own drawings of this supposed alien base where the flying saucers were kept showed hangar bay doors that were 40 foot wide. So I ask you, if Bob Lazar is really telling the truth about working on alien spacecraft, why, oh why, how, oh how I should say, can a 52-foot diameter spacecraft fit in and out of a 40-foot hangar bay door? These are the little details that liars miss. But don't worry, there are good researchers who catch these little lies. And the little lies add up and add up and add up and add up. How many times will we let Bob Lazar lie to us? Here's another great lie and talking point that Corbell and others and Bob Lazar like to repeat. Oh, Bob Lazar doesn't make any money from this. Yes, he does. He tried to cash in every chance he got. He sold a videotape in the back of Popular Science magazine and other science magazines, excerpts from the government Bible, where he explained exactly how the flying saucers worked. And for just $29.95, you too could learn the truth about those aliens. That was an initial cash in. He and Gene Huff tried to sell a Hollywood screenplay about his experience working on those alien flying saucers. No one took them up on it. Later, Bob Lazar would make as much as $15,000 for a single appearance at the anniversary at some UFO conference of his story. $15,000. He also made a deal with Testers Model Corporation, you know, to sell models of the alien spacecraft that he worked on. And by the way, here's something else I want to educate UFO Jesus on. Boy, UFO Jesus knows very little about this case, and we know very much. We're happy to educate you, UFO Jesus. We are happy to try to educate you. Shortly before Bob Lazar came out with his story, and this has been confirmed by John Lear, Gene Huff, who was his partner selling those videotapes and the story everywhere, and his partner trying to sell a Hollywood screenplay was Gene Huff. Shortly before Bob Lazar came out with his story, his incredible story about working at Area 51 on alien flying saucers, shortly before that, he met John Lear while Gene Huff was doing a real estate appraisal. Gene Huff was doing that for John Lear as a favor. And what favor would John Lear do in return for Gene Huff? He was giving him copies of all of the Billy Meyer material, videotapes, pictures, books. Yes, shortly before Bob Lazar came out with his story, he and Gene Huff got all the Billy Meyer material, and they went through all the Billy Meyer material, watched all the videos, looked through all the pictures, read the stories of Billy Meyer. So isn't it a coincidence, UFO Jesus, that right after Gene Huff and Bob Lazar got copies of all of that Billy Meyer material, Bob Lazar came out with his story about working on flying saucers? And curiously, the flying saucer he worked on, called the Sport Model, looked almost exact to Billy Meyer's spaceship called the Beam Ship. And we're going to share this. Look at this. Sorry, let's make sure you get a good view of this. Sport Model Beam Ship, a side-by-side comparison diagram. And by the way, this is from the excellent researcher Michael Schratt. Look at this. Right before Bob Lazar comes out with his story, he gets to see all of Billy Meyer's pictures and photos and videos. And gee, his spaceship is almost an exact copy of Billy Meyer's spaceship. Michael Schratt writes, did Bob Lazar copy details from the Billy Meyer beam ship to form the foundation of his Area 51 S4 Sport Model story? Billy Meyer of Switzerland claimed extensive contact with aliens and published many photos purporting to show alien spacecraft. His works were popular in some circles in the 1980s. When Lazar emerged in 1989 with his alien tales, Lazar said the alien scout ship he'd worked on in a secret program was astonishingly similar to what Meyer called the beam ship. Indeed it was. And this is important to note, Billy Meyer was later proven to be a mega hoaxer. So maybe, just maybe, UFO Jesus, Bob Lazar copied this from Billy Meyer, and that spaceship doesn't exist. Billy Meyer's was made from, junk and trash can lids. Come now, UFO Jesus. Let us educate you on the many, many lies of Bob Lazar. I suppose it's important to note that Bob Lazar did indeed run a whorehouse. And I'd like UFO Jesus to tell me how many senior staff level physicists does he know who wake up one day and decide to start running a whorehouse. He's a convicted pimp, Bob Lazar. You can't trust a pimp. I'm sorry, UFO Jesus. You can't trust a pimp to tell you the truth, because he's a pimp. He's a convicted felon, a convicted pimp, not a scientist, UFO Jesus. Lest we forget also that Jeremy Corbell, Bob Lazar, and George Knapp lied about the raid on Bob Lazar's business to sell a film, implying that they must have been looking for that element 115. That was a lie. Stephen Cambion talked to the local sheriff who was in on the raid. The raid had nothing to do with Bob Lazar's fake flying saucer stories. They were there for a murder investigation because Bob Lazar was selling thorium. Or is it thallium? I always get this wrong. Thorium, I believe, which allegedly someone ordered from his company and murdered their wife with. They were there for the sales records and the thorium. The raid had zero to do with element 115. The local sheriff confirmed to Stephen Cambion he was there within earshot of the other agents and everyone else there the entire time. They went there, they searched and got the materials related to the murder that they needed for the investigation to continue and go to court, and they left. They were there for less than an hour. They did not search every inch of Bob Lazar's business, as Jeremy Corbell claimed and George Knapp claimed. We talked to the local sheriff. He denies this, and he denies that the raid had anything to do with Bob Lazar's flying saucer stories, and in fact said, I did not hear anyone mention element 115 or flying saucers. Didn't even know that Bob Lazar had something to do with flying saucers. We were there for a murder investigation. So they lied about that, and Bob Lazar lied, and Corbell lied, and Knapp, well, I'm not sure he lied, but he certainly went along with it. There was a contentious email exchange between George Knapp and Stephen Cambion when Stephen Cambion uncovered the proof and evidence that the Bob Lazar business raid had zero to do with element 115 and flying saucer. So let us share the pimp. Let us share the pimp. The pimp video. Yes, Bob Lazar is a convicted pimp. And we will share this video sent to us by our viewer, J. Roach here. J. Roach's point is that a judge accepted Bob Lazar's fake W-2. And another viewer here, V, correctly points out that they were extremely easy to fake those at that time. And many, many people were faking them, especially when it comes to real estate, because you had to make a certain amount of money in order to get, you know, a mortgage. So people would make up a fake W-2 and lie about their income, etc. Several forensic document examiners, I believe, have looked at Bob Lazar's fake W-2 and declared it fake. The EIN number he uses is wrong. He calls it the Department of Naval Intelligence, which is wrong. Yes, Bob Lazar ran a photo business. He also faked a fake badge, a fake security badge that no one has ever seen before, including real people that worked at Area 51 said that fake badge is fake. It's all wrong. It has nothing to do with the real badge you get when you actually work at Area 51. How many times, UFO Jesus, will we allow Bob Lazar to lie to us? How many times will we catch him lying to us? Yet you, UFO Jesus, title a video, Bob Lazar is telling the truth. Sure he is. He's lying about all of these things we've shown and proven that he's lied about tonight, but he's telling the truth about those aliens. UFO Jesus, do you so desperately wish to believe this fake story that you will throw out all critical thinking, all discernment, and just believe him because you want to? In your life, UFO Jesus, how many friends of yours will you let lie to you 10 or 20 times, yet still believe a fantastic story they tell you? Your logic makes no sense. You have no logic. Your discernment is gone. You've lost your objectivity. You so desperately want to believe this story that you will make excuses for all of Bob Lazar's lies, for all of Jeremy Corbell's lies and George Knapp's lies. I will pray for you, UFO Jesus. Now, let's see this video about Bob Lazar pleading guilty to being a pimp. Yeah. Oh, let's try once more. And I will put up my fair use banner as well. One moment, friends. I need to put up the banner. This is fair use. Well, I think this is, yes, this is fair use. We will be discussing and critiquing the video. We are using it to educate the public about Bob Lazar, the pimp. Yes. In case you didn't know, UFO Jesus, Bob Lazar is a convicted pimp.
Seems to me that Mr. Lazar's problem is of an emotional disturbance nature, really much more than the criminal nature. I am reading everything here, and if I agree with, in spite of what you say, Mr. Lukens, I think that that it is a substantial penalty that he has in fact been convicted of a felony. I have letters from Kenneth Stegman, who was surveillance manager at the Sahara and Hacienda Resorts. I have statements from George Knapp. I have reviewed the material from Mark Pierre.
By the way, it was George Knapp who ratted on Bob Lazar for being a pimp. He called the police and let them know that Bob Lazar was running a whorehouse. Great friend, George Knapp. Thank you. Thank you, George Knapp, for ratting me out. Well, why would you rat out your friend Bob Lazar for running a whorehouse? But he did, convincing Bob Lazar that he better turn himself in.
From Mr. Bilberry's office. I'm impressed with all of that. I note that although it doesn't show a lot of income, we do have a W-2 form of record that shows that he worked for the United States Department of Naval Intelligence. Evidently, based on what you say, that affirms.
I just want to mention, just because a judge looks at a W-2 and doesn't check any of the information, doesn't mean it's a real W-2. Obviously, the judge never checked, or he would have found that the EIN number was incorrect, and there is or was no Department of Naval Intelligence at the time that this court trial took place. Bob Lazar got it wrong. It is not the Department of Naval Intelligence. That was ended after World War II, and a new Naval Intelligence Organization took place. Amateur mistake he made while faking a W-2.
That the detective Joe Young, who investigated this, does not have any objection to probation. I was impressed with the letter from the defendant, in which he acknowledges that his actions were irresponsible and they caused great embarrassment and pain to me and my loved ones. I think that all of that is appropriate to put on the record. I have a letter from Don Williams, a friend of his who is a businessman in the community. I was impressed with the fact that
good point, everyone.
no police investigation was involved in this case, I guess, until he confessed on television. And I also note that he is in fact listed in the Los Alamos National Laboratory Telephone Directory. It's obvious it's very difficult to get information on Mr. Lazar from government sources, enormously difficult. With all of that in mind, it seems to me here's what's appropriate under the circumstances. In addition to the $20 administrative assessment, this court does not sentence you, Robert Lazar, confined to prisons for a period of 3 years.
Yes.
Extend that sentence and place you on an indeterminate period of probation not to exceed 3 years, subject to the following terms and conditions. Number one, I think you can do some useful community service, and I will order that you do 150 hours of community service.
Good point.
Period of probation. Number two, you have no contact with prostitutes or brothels, be they legal or illegal during your term of probation. Number three, I'm going to order that you have psychotherapy once a week with a qualified psychiatrist, psychologist, or American family counselor for a period of 1 year. And thereafter, if the professional does not feel you're ready to be released. And it is my understanding that you are willing to give up your passport. It seems to me that's probably appropriate. Should you have a business need to travel, I would imagine that that could be worked out with your probation officer. And that will be the sentence. Thank you.
Pretty harsh for trumped up charges.
Poor Bob Lazar. He wasn't allowed to have any contact with prostitutes for 3 years. I wonder how he survived. Apparently, George Knapp has said that Bob Lazar was very fond of prostitutes. Maybe that's why he started a whorehouse. So, UFO Jesus, I have done my best to educate you on the liar, pimp, and convicted felon Bob Lazar, and why no one should trust his fake stories about working on alien spacecraft. Let's not forget of the recent flyovers of S4 where he said it was. Guess what's there? UFO Jesus, nothing. Nothing is there. Also, the area is so irradiated, no one could spend a significant amount of time there without suffering from radiation poisoning. Another proof that Bob Lazar's claims of an alien spacecraft base being where he said it was is fake. Yes, no contact with prostitutes for 3 years. I bet you that was the hardest part of his probation. Yes. Yes, and Success is sharing that. Oh, and I missed. I apologize here. Wait, let me see if I can find it. I missed 2 of them. Geez, I am so sorry. It's very hard to see. Brock Landers with a kind and generous donation of $4.99 in a super chat. Thank you, Mr. Landers, for your continued support and generosity towards our show. We are a viewer-supported show. There is a $sign down there in the live chat. If you wish to support our show and see more content like this, dispelling fake, false UFO narratives and such, please do support us by sending a super chat donation or purchasing a super sticker. You can also support us on Patreon for as little as $1 a month. Everything you see here was taken from Patreon funds and super chat donations. The set, the lighting, the microphone, the computer, our character creation, supplies, the headphones, everything. This is a viewer-supported show, and every dollar goes back into making the show better and more professional. Yes. How professional is it that a man named UFO Lucifer is up here telling you our show is getting more professional? Yeah, it is, slowly. And William Pixley with a kind and generous $5 super chat donation who says, keep rocking it. Yes, I shall. Thank you for your generosity, your support, and your long-time participation. William Pixley has been here for quite some time, taking part in our live chat discussions and contributing his thoughts and opinions. We may not always agree, but I certainly enjoy your presence here. Mr. William Pixley, thank you for your kindness and your generosity. Very generous of you. Now I will devote my full attention to the live chat. Any questions or comments for me? Jill D says, poor Lazar, UFO prostitutes only. Yes, the judge didn't say that he couldn't hang out with alien prostitutes. Maybe that's what he did. Yes, Charles Unleash asks, didn't UFO Jesus delete his Disclosure is Here video when TTSA folded? Yes, I believe he did. He has either changed or deleted several videos, each time when he looks stupid. UFO Jesus, will you delete your Bob Lazar is telling the truth video now that we have shown you to be a fool repeating talking points from people selling alien stories? I feel very bad for Mr. UFO Jesus. He's lying through his Jesus teeth, okay? Or maybe he's not so guilty of lying because these are not his lies after all. He's just repeating lies that he gets from people he wants to believe in. And don't we all want to believe in something, right? Tell Campion, I think Ledger may have got his Joker character from him. Perhaps. It's good. Yes. Jay Roach, V talking to Jay Roach, says, the judge began by calling Bob Lazar emotionally disturbed. Even today's judges accept documents all the time without verifying. Yes, because they assume that you would not give a judge in your criminal case a fake document. Bad assumption when it comes to one Bob Lazar, who is a proven liar, lied about his education, lied about many, many things. And maybe, UFO Jesus, just maybe, he lied about his work on the alien spacecraft you so desperately need to believe in. Well, friends, I am beginning to melt. UFO Lucifer's time here is coming to an end. I wish to thank UFO Jesus for giving us a very nice topic to discuss tonight. And I wish to thank him for his lively copping out and making excuses for titling a video, Bob Lazar is Telling the Truth. Good luck weaseling out of that. Yes. Now people may be a bit more informed about Bob Lazar, convicted pimp and liar. Charles Unleash says Stephen is turning into a little pink puddle. That is a fairly accurate statement. The air conditioner has been off here for some 1 hour and 32 minutes, and we are in the middle of a heat wave here where Stephen Campion lives. Chris Johansson with an excellent point. I don't think UFO Jesus is so much deliberately deceptive as he is delusional and gullible. Yes, he just simply wants to believe this story so much that he discounts all of the proof that many of these things are lies, and he plays up the things which may be true, but there's still no proof or evidence. And by the way, UFO Jesus, one more piece of proof that this story is all fake. George Knapp famously said that he knows a place where Bob Lazar buried some of that element 115, and maybe, just maybe, he'll go dig it up someday. Sure. So George Knapp, who's been selling this story for 35 years, knows exactly where the proof of alien visitation, proof of intelligent life on other planets visiting us is for 35 years, and he's never dug it up and showed it to anyone. Sure, UFO Jesus, sure he knows where that alien spacecraft special element is. Sure he does. Wouldn't you be comfy, in the warmth? Yes, I should be, but it is worse than hell hot in here right now. Yes. Jay Roach reminding everyone, yes, please do smash that like button, folks. Another great stream, Cambion. Catch us on the next one. Yes, I will have to bow out of here soon. I have souls to reap. Yes. Easy to find where he buried it. The rocks are floating. Yes. He said that. George Knapp says he knows exactly where the proof of this whole story is. Why won't he give it to us? Why wouldn't George Knapp dig it up, throw it down on a table, call CNN and hold a press conference and say, there's the proof of Bob Lazar's story, bitches? Because it's not real. Element 115 does not exist, at least not in a stable form as Bob Lazar described. More proof Bob Lazar is lying. He claims that they did all tests imaginable to this element 115. If that were the case, he would know the isotopic ratios and be able to recreate it. After all, Bob Lazar once claimed he had a particle accelerator in his bedroom, and so did George Knapp. Go ask a real physicist. It is impossible to have a particle accelerator in your bedroom. That's a lie. More lies. And the lies keep coming, UFO Lucifer. So sorry you so want to believe. William Pixley saying, shout out to Captain Austin Zitz. He was a good soul. Yes, William Pixley, he was. May he rest in peace and find all of the answers that he was seeking in life. May he be reunited with his ancestors and be in heaven. And we here will certainly miss him in this realm. Rest in peace, Captain Austin Zitz. If he was a pimp, it matters what kind of pimp, too. He might have bodies somewhere if he was violent, dead, trafficking kind. Very good point, Aaron. You can't trust a pimp. Sorry, UFO Jesus. You cannot trust a pimp. I don't know how many pimps UFO Jesus knows, UFO Lucifer. I know a lot of pimps. You can't trust any pimp. You don't trust a pimp to tell you the truth, okay? All they care about is money and their bitches, okay? They care about their bitches and money. That's it. They don't care about the truth. Chris Johansson says, I think Bob fooled George about the 115. I think Knapp believes Bob's bullshit on that. Yes, George Knapp seems to be a true believer. Aaron says, not all pimps are the funny, stylish, finesse kind. Yes. He wasn't technically a pimp, bro. He ran a whorehouse, William Pixley. That's a pimp. You know who else runs a whorehouses? Pimps. Pimps run whorehouses, and madams run whorehouses. Bob Lazar ran a whorehouse. It's not a stretch to say he was a pimp, and he was a convicted pimp. He got convicted. He pled guilty to running a whorehouse. Bob had a bottom bitch from Mars. Oh, no. UFO Jesus kept referring to him as a client. What's that, a mouthpiece for him, PR? No, UFO Jesus claimed that his video was a thought exercise of him being a lawyer and defending Bob Lazar's case about telling the truth about those aliens, and he did a terrible job. Earlier on Twitter, UFO Jesus said, I never said I believed Bob Lazar, yet he titled his video, Bob Lazar is telling the truth about UFOs. Then on Twitter, he tries to squirm out of it, claiming, oh no, I was acting as his lawyer in those videos. I never said that I believed Bob Lazar. Well, tonight I acted as the prosecutor, I suppose, which would be acceptable if UFO Jesus was in a court telling fake facts to people. The prosecutor would be allowed to stand up and tell the jury everything that this so-called lawyer just said was completely and totally factually inaccurate, and here's why. And we got to do that tonight. And I would be happy to have UFO Jesus here on our show. We would be respectful and polite, but certainly have a lively discussion, I'm sure, both about Bob Lazar and about many, many things that UFO Jesus talks about. You know, nothing against him, but I don't like the fact that he just repeats talking points from people selling alien stories. He is a true believer. Black Magic says, hey, Satan, my mom wants to know about the child support. I don't recall her selling her soul to me, so I don't care, Pragmagic. Yes, and we've answered that one. Especially not back then. An illegal pimp back in the day was likely to be exploitive. Yes, of course. And shows how smart Mr. Scientist Bob Lazar is, because he could have opened a legal brothel, but he chose to open an illegal brothel in a state where whorehouses can be legal if you do the right thing, get the right licenses, etc. He didn't do that. He ran an illegal whorehouse. And certainly one could imagine that a man willing to exploit women and make them sell their bodies for money and take a cut of the money is not a trustworthy man. Just my opinion. Victorious Eagle Warfare says Corbell is even worse for pushing this stuff. Yes, he really just likes to make money. He does not care. The man who says weaponize your curiosity has to block everyone on social media who shows him why Bob Lazar is lying. It's like he's sitting there with blinders on. Remember when you were a child and people were telling you things you didn't want to hear, and you go, I don't want to hear. That's Jeremy Corbell in a nutshell. Yes, I agree with you. Oh, Lord, you know the end is near when Jesus starts lying. Well, again, in fairness to UFO Jesus, I'm not sure he's lying. He's just repeating lies without checking if they're lies or not. But the fact remains that he's repeating lies. Victorious Eagle Warfare. It creeps me out the way people worship Corbell and are afraid to challenge him. We are not afraid, V. We are not afraid. Yes. All right. So it is getting very, very hot in here. It's literally hotter than hell. Okay. So, yes, I will remember. I'm not sure my wife would appreciate me coming to bed like this. Well, maybe she will. She's kind of strange, you know. She's a little kinky. Yeah. But we love her that way. Yes. All right. Enough about my Stephen Cavian's wife. Rogue Status. I don't agree. These women were going to sell themselves anyway. He gave them a safe place to do it for a price. Perhaps. Yes, in fairness, Rogue Status may be indeed right. So, friends, like Stephen Campion, I am always, always happy when there is an audience. Yes. What more could you ask for? Nothing worse than working very hard on doing a show and showing up to the show and no one is there to see it, experience it, or participate with it, as we do here. I have always been very blessed. Every time I come here, there is a fantastic audience. Tonight we did indeed have a fantastic audience. I want to thank each and every one of you for participating in the live chat. And once again, remind you, if you are listening in audio podcast land, please go to the YouTube. Yes, and hit this, put Truth Seekers in the search bar. You will see a strange man with sunglasses. That would be Stephen Campion. Click on that and subscribe, hit the notification bell, and you will know about our live broadcasts and can come here and participate in our live chat. You would be most welcome here. You are most welcome here. I understand some people are at work and they can only listen, but if you would like to, usually our showtime is 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, something like Sunday through Thursday. I don't know. Tomorrow night, we will have a very special guest on Truth Seekers in the form of excellent researcher and illustrator and UFO historian Michael Schratt. Please do not forget to join us tomorrow night, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, with our very special guest, Michael Schratt. I hear Stephen Campion is very excited and has an incredible list of questions for Mr. Schratt. It will be a fantastic evening. If you like UFOs and UFO history, you will have a good time. Please join us in the live chat. As I said, always happy, friends, when there is an audience. And tonight we had a great one. Thank you for being a part of this audience. Well, until next time, friends, I am UFO Lucifer, reminding you that sometimes, yes, sometimes the truth can be ugly, but it is still worth having. Good night. Well, greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back. I am tonight's very special guest host, UFO Lucifer, and I am here to do what is necessary, what no one else will do, and that is to bring you the truth behind this so-called UFO Jesus. He's no Jesus, friends. False prophet of disclosure, Ryan. Did he drop the UFO Jesus after offending the world's largest religion on earth for several years, putting his UFO Jesus nonsense on t-shirts? Has he made enough money claiming to be some prophet of disclosure? Not yet, he hasn't, because he's not done promising you that disclosure is coming any day now. Interestingly, Mr. UFO Jesus has deleted many of his earliest videos. Why? Because they make him look stupid and foolish. Because in one early video, he declared that it was the first week and disclosure was here. That, my friends, was, as I recall, 5 or 6 years ago now. Yes, still no disclosure, yeah, but everyone has gotten plenty of money piled into their UFO pockets. Yes, and UFO Jesus is no different. You may be surprised to learn that UFO Jesus has made quite a bit of money, yes, on the tubes. Yes, he has made quite a lot of money, friends, telling people that disclosure is coming any day now. Any day now. Disclosure will be here. Interestingly, it's very simple to pick apart what UFO Jesus does. He's no Jesus. What he does is he repeats talking points from UFO celebrity grifters who are only out for your money. He repeats what they say, and that's it. He doesn't check anything. He does no research, no effort whatsoever. He essentially copies down whatever they say, UFO celebrities, after licking their assholes. That's UFO Jesus. He loves to lick those UFO celebrities' assholes. He gets right in there, licking the assholes of these UFO celebrities, yes. And when he's done licking them, then he repeats every word they say as his gospel of disclosure. But my friends, there's many things that people don't know about this so-called UFO Jesus. Some people say he was recruited as a useful idiot of a CIA psyop to spread an alien threat narrative in order to get funding. It's a very convoluted story. But interestingly, UFO Jesus, with the simple act of just repeating UFO celebrity talking points, he has amassed some 2.4 million views, which means between t-shirt sales, merchandise, and other things, and YouTube revenue, UFO disclosure has, post-disclosure world, UFO Jesus has made somewhere between, this is a conservative estimate, he has made somewhere between $50,000 and $150,000 simply repeating the talking points. It's a great business, my friends, and we love it. All you have to do is lick the UFO celebrity buttholes and then write down what they say and parrot it. Say it again. Because everyone knows the more you repeat a lie, the more people are willing to believe it, my friends. 2.4 million views amassed by doing zero research, zero fact-checking, zero evidence gathering. Just repeat things that you've heard because it sounds good and it may or may not be true. Who cares? Just repeat what the UFO celebrities tell you while you're licking their buttholes. he must be very orally talented to be able to lick butthole and repeat talking points at the same time, apparently. Very good, UFO Jesus. No, very bad, very bad. And while this all may seem very funny to some people, it's not funny, because UFO Jesus was largely one of the characters responsible for pumping up and promoting the TTSA techno scam. Hey, UFO Jesus, where's the goddamn spaceship your friends TTSA promised us all? They stood on a stage, UFO Jesus, and they promised the world a spaceship with a, quote, revolutionary power source that would change the world, while they were soliciting public donations. Not donations, investments. Yes, it is investments. And UFO Jesus may be surprised to learn, after promoting TTSA and talking about them like they were the best thing ever, that TTSA was indeed, apparently, a techno scam. That's right, a techno scam where no one got their money that they invested back from their investment. And we here at Truth Seekers challenge UFO Jesus to find us one investor that will show us proof that they got their money back or made a single penny off of their investment in TTSA. Because after collecting some, more than $2 million, TTSA spent everyone's money and did not provide the spaceship or disclosure like this stupid dummy UFO Jesus promised everyone for years. Now, while he's deleted most of his old videos that make him look stupid and foolish for saying this is the first day of disclosure. Disclosure is here, starting today, because the wonderful lords of TTSA, Tom DeLonge, and all of his CIA friends like CIA Lou and CIA Mellon and all the people that are actually verifiably on were CIA members that were on the board of TTSA. You know, these are the things that UFO Jesus leaves out. Oh, disclosure is going to be brought to us. The truth about those aliens will come from who? The CIA, of course. There is 100+ years of CIA experience was on the TTSA board. He leaves that part out. Oh, very convenient. Very good, UFO Jesus, but you suck at this. And a lot of those early videos where he was promoting what wonderful things TTSA would bring us have been deleted. Oh, I very much like this earth swine. What is it? I don't know. Liquid. It's liquidy. And it is non-alcoholic too. But don't worry, friends, because we did find one video where he looks really stupid again. Yes. And we will bring you that. In a video, my friends, dated November 27th, 2017, UFO Jesus espouses the virtues of Tom DeLonge, telling us how great Tom DeLonge and his CIA friends are, and they're going to bring us disclosure within days. But he was wrong, because he is always wrong, because he repeats the talking points of the UFO profiteering hucksters, celebrities whose buttholes he loves. And I'm sorry you love the buttholes of so many UFO celebrities, UFO Jesus, but you've been wrong every time for years. You've been telling people disclosure within days. We're finally getting disclosure. All that we can tell that they have disclosed is that they love money. UFO Jesus, just like you love money. So you see these UFO celebrities making all of this money, talking all of this alien smack with no evidence, no proof, standing in front of pictures of balloons, pretending they're UFOs, you know. Yes, the only disclosure, the only thing we have learned from UFO Jesus, disclosure advocate, is that he likes money just like the other UFO celebrities love money. He has not researched a single thing that I can find. Unless you count writing down what a UFO celebrity says and repeating it as research, this is very problematic. But we will do as they do. Yeah, one of them is damaged. I will deal with that after the show. Cosmic Neighbors. Okay, so we will put up the fair use banner. Yes, because this is a transformative work. It is also a comedic parody. Don't sue us. And we are educating the public about how foolish and stupid UFO Jesus apparently is, because he just repeats the talking points of UFO celebrities. And we've got 2 videos to share. One of them, he gets very upset because he wants the smoking gun evidence. All that UFO celebrity butthole licking has brought him no evidence so far, and he wants it now. So this is fair use. This is a transformative work, and we're educating the public and critiquing the videos that we are sharing. We are using those videos in the spirit of fair use to educate the public about the con game going on in the UFO world. Yes, con game. This is fair use. Fair use. And lawyer letters are standing by to defend our right to free speech and fair use as outlined by federal laws. So let's get into this video where UFO Jesus, this did not age well. UFO Jesus, you look so stupid, so foolish, so foolish. Okay, we will begin to share. And I have this queued up. The producers did it. I don't know anything about these earthly computers. Let's check in with UFO Jesus from 2017, November 2017. And remember, this is not his oldest video. His older videos make him look even more stupid and more foolish. But they're gone. Imagine that. Let's get into it, friends. Here's UFO Jesus telling us that Tom DeLonge will bring us disclosure within days. This is what is wrong. This is what happens when all you do is repeat UFO celebrity talking points. Oh, Tom DeLonge promises disclosure within days. So you repeat it, and then 4 years later, you look like an idiot, UFO Jesus, because you are for doing this.
When I first heard about Tom DeLonge, that he was meeting with these high-level government insiders, I did not really believe it. I was very skeptical.
Yes, he met with a bunch of people from the CIA, running a CIA psyop, you dummy, and you helped him with the psyop. And by the way, when will UFO Jesus apologize to all the people that gave money to that techno scam, who got scammed? Because stupid people like him were telling everybody that Tom DeLonge and a group of former CIA intelligence officers, among others, and counterintelligence people like CIA Lou Elizondo were going to bring us disclosure within days. So we should all send them our money. You owe everyone an apology, UFO Jesus. All these people got scammed. Many of them were listening to you. Repeat their nonsense, you dummy.
Then all of a sudden, WikiLeaks come out, and it was verified that he actually was meeting with top-level generals.
Sorry, friends.
Come out, and it was verified that he actually was meeting with top-level generals, like really the highest of the highest United States generals. So naturally, that got my interest. Then he has the To the Stars Academy press conference, and he has these extremely high-level guys the most interesting one, and the most profound one, in my opinion, is Lou Elizondo, who worked with a aerial threat division within the Department of Defense, whose objective is to monitor aerial technology, unidentified aerial technology coming into our atmosphere. He got behind the podium.
Oh, you look stupid and foolish now, don't you? Because now we know that Lou Elizondo lied, and he did not work for any Pentagon program. You stupid, foolish man. This is what happens when you do no research, do no vetting, do no fact-checking, and just repeat what the buttholes the people that you are. This is what happens when you simply repeat talking points from UFO scam artists, UFO Jesus. When you repeat talking points without fact-checking, without evidence, without research, you look foolish. You just said you were most intrigued by Lou Elizondo because he ran a government Pentagon program. No, he didn't. No, he didn't, UFO Jesus. And some people got it right from the very beginning, both on TTSA and on Luis Elizondo, the fake UFO program manager from the Pentagon who never ran a Pentagon UFO program. You dummy.
And he said, hey, y'all, yeah, the UFOs are real. And he retired less than 2 weeks prior to that press conference. I mean, I got to be honest.
But now we know you're wrong again because you listened to the talking points of a UFO celebrity without fact-checking. Did he retire or did he simply switch jobs? Because now we know that Luis Elizondo never stopped working for the United States government. He stopped working for the Pentagon in one role, and he went to another government cushy job while he was on the board of the TTSA techno scam, telling lies that stupid people like UFO Jesus just repeated without even checking if they were true statements or not. Now we know those statements were both false, and this parrot repeated them.
DeLong is delivering. Now, if you think he's been fed some disinformation, fine. But don't conflate being fed disinformation with he's not going to bring to the table what he says he's going to bring. Because I actually anticipate he's going to bring it to the table. He's going to bring these declassified videos of UFOs sanctioned by the Department of Defense. And it's interesting.
Here we go. They were never sanctioned by the Department of Defense. They were never classified, and they were never intended for release to the public. And there's a whole story that sounds very scammy about how those videos got out of the Pentagon and somehow ended up on a DVD in the Pentagon parking lot, handed off to Christopher Mellon. And then the person who authorized their release for internal use, Luis Elizondo, and the person who got them into Pentagon parking lot somehow, Christopher Mellon, both end up on the board of TTSA and profited from the release of those taxpayer-funded videos never intended for public release for years. They got TV show money deals. They got book deals. They got, $2 million handed to them from a gullible public full of stupid people like UFO Jesus, who just believed everything they said. And we also now know that at least in a few of the, 3 videos, 2 of them are pretty clearly debunked as nothing extraordinary. Not exactly UFO material, is it, UFO Jesus? But enough to fool stupid people. Awesome.
Since it is the Department of Defense that is declassifying these classified files, obviously they're working in cahoots, right? The To the Stars Academy team is not working by itself. They are.
Oh, here you go again. More repeated talking points from UFO celebrities, you dummy. You stupid, childish, foolish man.
Are cooperating and working with the government, the U.S. government.
This is another false statement. You look so childish and so stupid. Why does anyone still listen to anything you have to say? Why would anyone listen to this stupid, childish, foolish man who was dumb enough to fall for a CIA psyop and a techno scam, and then help the techno scam and the CIA psyop people to perpetrate this great hoax on the American public? Oh, I'm afraid UFO Jesus has got egg on his face. Could be worse.
This is a very big deal. Before I go any further, there are a lot of people who are like, you got it. It's a company to invest in. He's just trying to make money. It's like, you're really paying attention to that? Who cares if he has shareholders? Who cares if he's selling stock into his company? Like,
who cares if he defrauds thousands of people out of money, promising people disclosure is coming any day now, and a spaceship? Oh, this UFO Jesus is a special kind of stupid, isn't he?
Like, that is the most uninteresting aspect of this whole thing. The fact is that disclosure is being rolled out by the U.S. government.
No, disclosure was never rolled out by the U.S. government. A CIA psyop, perhaps. Alien threat narrative, perhaps. But not disclosure. No, UFO Jesus. Another false statement. And do you see the dangers, my friend, of simply repeating talking points from people who are trying to scam the public for money about UFOs? Anyone who charges you money for information about UFOs is not to be trusted. You mean to tell me that these people are in possession of the greatest secret of humankind, the greatest secret in all of human history, and all we've got to do is give them some money first, and they'll tell us those beautiful secrets, won't they? No, they won't. No, they won't, UFO Jesus. They will fill their pockets with UFO dollars and give us nothing, because that is what TTSA gave us. Nothing. Oh, they gave us a terrible television show on the History Channel. One of the worst rated UFO television shows ever on the History Channel. Yes, check the ratings.
Besides, DeLong has said, if I'm not mistaken, in an interview, that one of the reasons he's having shareholders is it protects their interests, so that when they start developing the technologies that are based on the observation of UFO technology, and aerospace companies start knocking on their door and like, you can't do this, they'll have some sort of justification. They'll be like, look, we got millions and millions of dollars invested in this from the populace. You can't just shut us down. We'll work something out. So
here we go again, repeating Tom DeLonge's talking points that they will develop UFO technology with the money that is invested into TTSA. Where is the technology? Where did all the money go, UFO Jesus? This video did not age well. I am surprised that you did not delete this one as well, UFO Jesus.
there is a strategic purpose behind having shareholders. And then the other argument.
Yes, the strategic purpose is scamming the public out of public investment money, so you don't have to spend your own money. If they were so sure they could crack the code of anti-gravity and free energy, by the way, sounds familiar, right? Kind of like a David Wilcock hover car scam. Oh, that came later. Yes. Many of these UFO celebrities try to scam the public with either free energy or anti-gravity disclosure that never comes. And here you are repeating the UFO celebrities' talking points that they will use the money to develop groundbreaking technology based on UFO observations. Where's the technology, UFO Jesus? Why would you repeat such foolish, stupid promises with no evidence, no research, no fact-checking?
That I hear all the time is, well, they're not going to be able to afford it. It costs billions. DeLong has said in many of his Facebook posts and Twitter posts over and over again, they're going to be hooking up with aerospace companies that are obviously the aerospace companies are going to put some of their own money into it. They'll have plenty.
More talking points repeated by UFO Jesus with no evidence, no proof, no fact checking. No, not a single aerospace company hooked up with TTSA and invested a single penny. Yes, UFO Jesus, you look foolish once again. How many lies of a techno scam will UFO Jesus repeat to make his own UFO dollars?
Plenty of money. They're probably get grants from the U.S. government.
No, they got no grants from the U.S. government either. Oh, boy. This one's a special kind of stupid, friends. Special kind of stupid. You have to sort of give him some slack. He's apparently he's a few pints short of a quart, this guy. A few 12 ounces short of a six-pack. I don't know. Something's wrong with him. I think. I don't know.
It's not just going to be from the shareholders. In fact, the very tiniest portion of their funding, a minuscule amount of their funding, is going to come from the shareholders.
Another false statement. All of the funding, all of it came from the shareholders. Dummy. All of it. 100% of the money that TTSA got and squandered away for things like $150,000 salary for Tom DeLonge's sister, who's supposed to be public relations but can't answer any questions the public has, or lucrative deals given to TTSA board members. That's what they squandered some of the money. And Tom DeLonge making lots and lots of money. And was it? Yeah. 100% of TTSA money came from public investors. And now they're trying to get the public a second time. Will you promote that as well? UFO Jesus, will you do any actual work, research, fact-checking, or will you just be the good parrot that you are and just, Polly wants a cracker. UFO Jesus is saying disclosure's coming any day. I'm UFO Jesus. Squawk! He is nothing more than a parrot, repeating things that he has heard. Actually, I think some parrots may be smarter than this one, truth be told. Yes.
The most of it's going to come from aerospace and come from government grants and things of that nature. Now,
none of it came from government grants. None of the money came from aerospace companies. 100% wrong. How wrong can this man be in one video with the benefit of just a few years of hindsight?
Now, in his Facebook post, he said that this website's going to encompass a partnership of governments, not just the United States governments, but other governments as well.
More UFO celebrity talking points repeated. Not a single foreign government partnered with TTSA. Not one. This is the perfect example, friends, of the dangers of repeating UFO celebrity talking points that are designed to defraud the public of monies. You can't do that because in time, all of the over-promising and under-delivering gets revealed just a few short years after this video is made. And now we know, I've lost track. How many false statements has he made now? 10? 15? All of these statements he is making are the talking points of the UFO celebrities that he simply repeated at that time. And if you check into his latest videos, he has continued to do the same exact thing. Now he's repeating the talking points that UFO whistleblowers will be testifying soon about crash retrieval programs. And I guarantee you in a few years, we will find out that is not going to ever happen. But that hasn't stopped UFO Jesus from keeping his job parroting the talking points of UFO celebrities. Sad, really.
It's as clear as day that the truth embargo or the UFO cover-up, whatever terminology you want to use, is unraveling right before our very eyes. It's often been said that the U.S., the United States of America, are the one, they're the head honchos of the allies, Europeans and the Australians. And, barring China and Russia, all the U.S. allies have been compelled, many believe, I subscribe to this, they've been compelled to keep their mouths shut about the fact that their UFOs exist.
There is zero proof or evidence that any foreign government has been compelled to keep their mouths shut about UFOs. Again, UFO Jesus did no research. If he did, he would find out that many governments have released all information that they have on UFO reports they've received. Why would they release all of their files if they were being compelled to keep their mouths shut, UFO Jesus? You make no sense, because you're not very smart, are you? I understand that. You're not very smart, UFO Jesus. Maybe your mommy and daddy should have paid for a better college for you instead of, yeah, right? Maybe. Not very smart of you.
So now the United States is like giving the go-ahead, and so other governments, European governments, Australia, etc., are going to become involved.
Here we have again he claims that the United States government has given the go-ahead for everyone to tell the truth about those aliens, and that the allies include North Korea, India, Japan, Philippines, etc., would soon all be giving us the truth about aliens. 4 years ago, none of this happened. There is zero evidence that the United States government okayed the release of alien or UFO files to our allies around the world. And further, none of them did, which means this statement was another lie, another false truth perpetrated against the public, another talking point of a UFO celebrity trying to scam the public out of UFO dollars.
This is a multinational effort. The disclosure rollout is happening before our very eyes.
It's been 4 years, UFO Jesus. There's been no UFO disclosure rollout other than the CIA PSYOP that you are right now in this video promoting and encouraging people to invest in. There's been no disclosure. This video is 4 years old, and he's telling people 4 years ago that all nations around the world, on the okay of the United States government, are rolling out disclosure starting now. Well, they must be rolling it with turtles, right? Or something. Snails are rolling out that disclosure, because it's been 4 years, UFO Jesus, and nothing that you talk about in this video is accurate. We know now that none of this happened. Not one thing that you've discussed is true or accurate.
And it's so obvious to anyone who just would be a little open-minded about it. These videos will include documentation and chain of custody stemming from the Department of Defense. These are legitimate. These are utterly legitimate. No one's going to be able to argue against them. These are literally files, video that has never been shown before and has been classified up until this point.
More false statements, because at least one of those 3 videos that TTSA released was on YouTube previous to them releasing it. More false statements, more talking points, more hyped up garbage. Information given to him by a techno scam, who I believe, and many believe, defrauded the public out of some $2 million and delivered nothing that they promised. How many false statements are we up to? Oh, I need an abacus. Oh, you people call those calculators. Yes, I need some way to calculate all of these false statements that he has made. It's only a 5-minute video. How many times can he be? How many times in one 5-minute video can this man spout off completely false statements? We know they're false statements now, but at the time, this was over-promising, and eventually it led to what always happens. First you overpromise, then you underdeliver, then comes the big letdown. And UFO Jesus has never acknowledged that TTSA was a huge letdown and defrauded the public out of millions of dollars and never produced anything that they promised. He has never even acknowledged that. Because UFO Jesus lives in a delusional world where disclosure is still going to come any day now. No matter how many times the UFO celebrities lie to us, no matter how many times they get caught defrauding the public, no matter how many times Lou Elizondo lies to the press, gets caught using sock puppet accounts to harass his enemies on Twitter, no matter how many times TTSA is shown to be what it was, a money-making grub scam. UFO Jesus cannot acknowledge those facts now, because it would be admitting that he was used as a tool, a useful idiot, here in this video and many others.
So no one has seen it except the government insiders. This is some serious stuff right here. And videos, in my estimation, are better than photos. Way better. This is huge. All the documentation needed to verify that these are government-issued, just declassified videos of UFOs is going to be provided. Now, I'm about to...
Oh, he's wrong again. Because, well, he's just wrong. First, do you remember he said no one else has seen these videos? Yes, one of them was on YouTube for years before TTSA somehow got their grubby, money-hungry hands on that and released it. Yes, more false statements, friends. More false statements.
To play my Egyptian flute. I'm playing this to the dedication of all the skeptics, all the scientists who don't believe that the UFOs are coming into our atmosphere, all those in academia, and for those skeptics out there, those scientists who are actually, I'm skeptical of their skepticism, but for those scientists and those in the academia that have rejected the obvious, which is right underneath our nose, this is dedicated to you.
Oh, he's going to play the flute for us. Yes. Not the skin flute, friends, the regular one, yes. Oh, very artistic. He's about as good at this flute as he is about detecting bullshit, isn't he? Oh, goodness. All right. Well, yeah.
And I look forward to seeing you in a post-disclosure world.
Well, it's been 5 years since this video was made, 4.5, whatever. And we're still not in a post-disclosure world. But that hasn't stopped UFO Jesus from raking in the monies to tell people that disclosure is coming any day now. What we have seen just now is just one example. If you go through his videos, every video is like this. He repeats UFO celebrity talking points and tells everyone that disclosure is coming any minute now. And you stupid skeptics, you are a bunch of humbug people. Disclosure is coming any moment now. But it never does, friends. Never. Since at least the early 1950s, profiteering hucksters like UFO Jesus have told us that the truth about aliens will be coming out shortly. But they all do the same dance, overpromise, underdeliver, and then comes the big letdown. When we realize it was all about the cash. Praise the cash, friends. Disclosure's coming any day now. And I would ask you, my friends, let us know in the comments or in the live chat, should this man be able to make money just repeating talking points of UFO scam artists constantly with no evidence, no research, no fact-checking? How many false statements did he make in that one video? That's an awful lot of false statements. And he made money on that video, friends. He made a good deal of money on that video, one of his oldest videos. And we can calculate that by YouTube. Let's see. This video got 35,000 views. This man, UFO Jesus, made at least, conservatively, $350 US to repeat the talking points of someone selling disclosure to everyone for a price. He made $350 on this video filled with factual inaccuracies, false statements, false claims, unresearched garbage, really. Let us know in the live chat or the comments. Should he be able to make $350, at least $350, by simply repeating talking points that he hasn't bothered to check if any of this is true? I don't think so. And it would appear that UFO Jesus is just another UFO scammer like the rest. Has he given the money back now that we all can go through this video and see that all he did through the entire video is repeat talking points of UFO hucksters trying to scam the public for money? Will he do that with all of his videos? Can we go through one by one, identify which videos he lied through his Jesus teeth to us all? Will he give the money back? This is not something Jesus would do. Oh, UFO Jesus. I'm sad for him because the UFO repeating the talking points is run almost dry for him. And people are catching on that that's all he does. And he does not apparently actually fact check anything. He does not apparently repeat. He doesn't check anything. He just repeats it. It's great. It's a great business. It's a great business. And I want in. I want my free $350 for repeating lies of UFO hucksters without doing any actual work or fact checking or anything. It's great. But lately, UFO Jesus has become quite frustrated and he wants the smoking gun evidence. By the way, you, UFO Jesus, have been promising people that that smoking gun evidence was coming any moment now. Disclosure within days. November of 2017, you promised everyone that Tom DeLonge would bring us disclosure within days. None of this shit ever happens, UFO Jesus, but that hasn't stopped you from filling your pockets with those lovely UFO dollars. Great. One more video to share. A short one where UFO Jesus loses his shit crying about getting the smoking gun evidence that he never got. You know, that smoking gun evidence that he's been promising us will come any day now for some 6 years, but never does. Yes. And again, we will cite fair use. This is a transformative work, and we are educating the public about UFO Jesus. Who's no Jesus? Why am I the one with devil horns? I'm not scamming anybody. I'm not lying through my teeth, repeating talking points of scammers and running off with my little, he gets a little cut. That's how this whole thing works. The UFO celebrities repeat, they say ridiculous things with no evidence, no proof, no fact-checking, nothing. And then he takes what they say and repeats it, and he gets his little piece of the pie, right? TTSA got, a few $1 million, and UFO Jesus got $350 just for that one video. He's a cheap whore. If you're going to be a whore, friends, at least be an expensive whore. UFO Jesus, apparently he's a cheap whore, willing to sell out his own ethics, morality, and maybe even legality It's a gray area. Is this legal, what he does? Who knows? Gray area, for sure. Some might call helping to promote a CIA PSYOP criminal. Some might call helping an investment scam defraud the public out of millions of dollars criminal. Who knows? Gray area. So let's share this next video under the wonderful American doctrine of fair use. After all, this is a comedic parody. This is an educational video, believe it or not. Yes, we're educating the public about how this whole seedy operation works. Let's get into it, friends. Here we go. Oh, and look at the winners he's on this panel with. Oh, wait, we got to do that one more time and make sure that we do have the audio. I didn't have it. Good thing we checked. Okay. Now we've got it, friends. And yeah, fair use. Lawyer letters are standing by to defend our right to use this video in the spirit of fair use to educate the public and also make fun of this foolish man.
The real question to me, and the most important question, is there any smoking gun evidence? Is there any smoking gun evidence? Because the second you show smoking gun evidence, a lot of these peripheral conversations just don't matter anymore to me.
The man who has been promising that smoking gun evidence of aliens is coming any day now for 5 or 6 years is now on this recent UFO dork stream. And by the way, nothing against UFO dorks, but look at this. This is a panel of UFO dorks, including UFO Jesus, who are all sitting there. And they cannot wait to hear what the prophet of disclosure, UFO Jesus, has to say. And here he's asking where the smoking gun evidence is. You don't know? UFO Jesus, you've been promising us all disclosure is coming within days for 5 or 6 years. And now you're upset? Where's the smoking gun evidence? Yes. I think even poor UFO Jesus is waking up to the fact that there is none. There is no smoking gun evidence. All we get is hype and overpromised garbage information. And then we get the big letdown. And apparently, poor UFO Jesus has been experiencing the big letdown lately.
Because the second you show smoking gun evidence, now you have every institution on the face of this planet with 8 billion people looking at this singular topic. And a lot of those discussions we like to talk about, that doesn't matter anymore. Honestly, you show us the smoking gun evidence. I don't give a damn about the UAP task force. I don't give a damn about AOIMSG. I don't give a damn about the new legislative language. I don't give a damn about how more money is going to the new office. Where is that evidence? Where is the 23-minute video that Elizondo has spoken about? Where is the video that Elizondo has spoken about where video is taken 50 feet from the cockpit? Has the Congress seen that? Does that stuff actually exist? And maybe
here we go again. UFO Jesus repeating unverified rumors and claims of a UFO celebrity. And even after looking like a totally foolish nutter idiot for years promoting TTSA, he still somehow believes Lou Elizondo, who's been caught lying. Well, he's been caught lying. Now he's repeating Lou Elizondo's talking points. I guess he stopped repeating TTSA's talking points after they got the few $1 million out of the public that they squandered and investors all got shafted. But he still believes Elizondo, who talks about mythical videos no one else has seen before that would soon be released. Oh, special kind of stupid, this one.
it doesn't exist, right? But if you look at the historical record, the UFO historical record, people have been coming out of the woodworks for decades saying the evidence exists, the data exists. When are we going to see that data? I'm actually getting angry just thinking about these little peripheral conversations we're always having when ultimately you show us the damn data and it's over. And then we can stop this nonsense. And I'm writing my little blog post about XYZJ8. I don't care about XYG853. Show me the damn data now. It doesn't exist.
Yes, maybe some people who've been listening to you tell us that the UFO disclosure and the truth about aliens is coming any day now would be equally interested in seeing that smoking gun evidence. And why is he asking for it? He told us that they had it 5 years ago and that disclosure was imminent, but it never came, friends. And UFO Jesus, poor UFO Jesus, has to kick the can down the road again and again and again. And if you watch his latest silly videos, he is still repeating the talk. How many times is he willing to look like an idiot, repeating the talking points of a UFO celebrity that then turns out to be false information, disinformation, fake information, or in some cases, a total scam of the public for money? How many times is he willing to be used as a useful idiot, a parrot that will simply repeat talking points he's heard his UFO celebrities, which he loves, say? It's ridiculous.
Or does it not exist? And then, and I'm sorry, maybe I need to see a therapist, but I'm sorry, but it's like, listen, it's like, is this real, man? Right? Are people getting abducted? Are people are craft coming into people's faces? Are people seeing triangles every day and saucers and elliptical and spherical machines and all this stuff, getting telepathic downloads? Like,
again, repeating unconfirmed reports that he's heard, things he's heard about. Well, if he heard about them, they all must be true, right?
Are we nuts? Are we nuts? Who has the data? I want to know who has the data.
5 years after telling us that the TTSA techno scam and their board of directors filled with CIA friends had the data and would bring us disclosure, 5 years later, he is now asking who has the data. You already told us that your Lord and Masters, TTSA, the techno scam folks who defrauded the public for $2 million, apparently, allegedly, had the data. Now he's asking who has the data. Do you see the problem with this man?
Who has the authority to keep the data from the rest of the people? Why are we living in the dark ages? For what?
You told us that the dark ages would be lifted 5 years ago and that Tom DeLonge would bring us disclosure within days. And the U.S. government had authorized the release of all the information about aliens and UFOs. And why did you say that? Because you were repeating the talking points of a company that allegedly defrauded the public out of millions of dollars. And now you want to know who's keeping the truth from us. You said 5 years ago that the government was in partnership with your friends TTSA and that they would both, along with other countries, be giving us the truth about those aliens within days. And now you're asking? His own words show that he has no clue what he is speaking about.
I don't think we understand the madness of this situation. I mean, this is madness on the highest level you could possibly imagine.
Yes, it is madness telling people that disclosure is coming any day now, 5 years ago. And now on a recent live stream, you're asking who has the evidence and who is keeping it from the public. According to you, you knew exactly who had the evidence, and they would no longer be keeping it from the public, but now they still are. Oh, sorry, I was wrong for 5 years, and I have seen the error of my ways. I will give all of that money that I made promising everyone disclosure was imminent for 5 years. I'll give all the money back. And I guess I'll give all the t-shirt money back as well, right? You got to have t-shirts to sell.
All living out our lives pretending we're alone. We're all living out our lives pretending there's not an alien presence. And for me, just saying that, I look like a crazy lunatic. Well, I probably look like a crazy lunatic.
Yes, he does look like a crazy lunatic, but not for the reasons that he mentioned. UFO Jesus is a useful idiot and a profiteering huckster who does nothing but repeat talking points that he has heard UFO celebrities say. He does zero fact-checking, zero investigatory work. He's simply a parrot, a stupid parrot at that, who repeats anything he's heard and then will make excuses for why he was so wrong or why those UFO celebrities whose butthole he's always licking, lick those buttholes, UFO Jesus, get right in there. Love it. He makes excuses for why they are so wrong. We will now, friends, put down our fair use banner, and I will grace you with my presence for a bit longer while I answer some questions from the audience members. And we will also acknowledge the kindness, the generosity, and support of all you audience members using that money button down there and expressing your kindness and generosity to this show, Truth Seekers, where we do more than just repeat talking points. And isn't it lovely that UFO Jesus can make 10 times the money that Truth Seekers can simply by repeating talking points and doing zero work? It's a great business, and we want in. We will pick some new UFO celebrities and just start repeating things. Yes, give you people another shot of hopium that disclosure you so desperately seek is right around the corner, right? Okay, we will recognize and read these, what are they called? Super chats, yes. Oh, one moment there. Let's check in. And I apologize for not being able to read them sooner. But we will share the screen here and recognize and thank all of the kind and generous channel supporters who are helping us on our journey. We have Lord Ludicrous with a kind and generous $4.99, who says, great show, freaking hilarious. My Flock is Everywhere with a kind and generous $1.49 super sticker of popcorn. Yes, we meant to tell people, make sure you pop some popcorn. Cosmic Neighbors, kind and generous $5 pledge super chat saying, ouch, those horns. Yes, they're quite magnificent, aren't they? One needs work. Sweet Caroline with a kind and generous $9.99 super chat says, I'm digging UFO Lucifer Morningstar. Well, thank you, Sweet Caroline. If you were here, I would give you a big wet one. With tongues. Thank you, sweet Caroline. And My Flock is Everywhere with a kind and generous $1.99 super chat, who says game over. Yes, game over for UFO Jesus. By the way, he's changed his name, I suppose, after offending the biggest religion on planet Earth. He realized maybe calling himself Jesus while he lies to everyone every time he makes a video or just repeats lies may not be such a good idea. We will also be checking in with PayPal. There's instructions for how to support the show through either PayPal or that thing called Cash App. And it is in the description of the video below me here. We will check in with, okay, we have a kind and generous $10 donation from Christopher. Pledge, sorry. We're not a nonprofit here. It's a pledge. Thank you, Christopher, for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. We have one from Matthew for $5 Great Britain pounds. Says, yes, it's bloody late in England. Thank you, Matthew, for your kindness. We have one from Andrew for $10 Great Britain pounds. David, $5. David B says, praise the cash. And one from Chad Smith podcast for $5. And Carolyn, always enjoy your perspective, Stephen. We will always cheer you on, Sweet Caroline. Thank you. And Sweet Caroline is a longtime show supporter, continuing supporter of Truth Seekers. We thank them. Now we have Spooky. UFO Lucifer needs to get his own show. Yes, I've been telling Steve Cambion that, and no one listens to me. But you can make it happen, Spooky, with the power of clips. Yes, you can. By the way, if you go to the channel here and hit that little search bar, just put in my name, Lucifer, and you will see 2 previous videos where we prove with conclusive evidence, research, fact-checking, and proof that UFO Jesus is wrong about almost every video he makes, because all he does is repeat shit that he heard. Terrible way to do. Terrible way. He should be ashamed of himself. How does he look at himself in the mirror? Especially with that ridiculous beard. Well, you're not Jesus anymore. Shave that shit off. You look silly. Right? Well, thank you, Spooky, for your kind and generous help as well. Yes. Lovely thumbnails and more accoutrements for the show. So any more questions or comments, please put them in all capital letters. NS Fishing says no one listens to you. Well, someone just listened to you and read your comment live on a show, and that would be me. NS Fishing, UFO Lucifer. So see, I listen to you. I listen. Yeah. David Bucky asks, UFO Lucifer, do the reptilians work for you or they do their own thing? No, I'm not an alien. I'm a demon. There's a difference. I don't like those scaly, smelly alien reptilians. And by the way, I especially don't like them butt-banging David Wilcock. Very rude to butt-bang David Wilcock, you reptilian alien scum. Terrible, terrible thing. Terrible thing that happens. NS Fishing says, this is the Ayadaba Hoopa universe. You have all been deceived. Well, quite possibly, yes. And let's see, we had some other comments. Can you get some werewolf gloves? Oh, everyone's a critic, Lord Ludacris. I'll order some today so it matches a little better. I do have an entire outfit, but we were pressed for time today because I've done a 2-hour interview off air besides this. Stephen Cambion did, yes. Marios Taco says, Patty N. Wilhelm. Yeah, he repeats the same thing like a parrot for 5 years. All he does is repeat things. No research, no effort, no investigation, no fact-checking. He just believes what these UFO scammers say, and he repeats it. He's doing a disservice to this entire thing. He's making this thing ridiculous. And a man in a devil suit just said that. Yes, yes. I'm less ridiculous. UFO Lucifer is no more ridiculous than UFO Jesus. Okay? This is terrible. Yes. Well, the community in ufology is sad. I will say it again, it's 70% idiots. I mean, look, they still pay money and believe guys like Wilcock. Yes, tell them what they want to hear, and people will throw money at you. Tell them the truth, and people still throw money. It's just not quite the same. Yes. Where were you on the afternoon? Yeah, I wasn't at Roswell. No. I was at a biker bar in Arizona, some distance away. Yes, I was collecting souls, Mace. That's what I was doing. Yes, someone sold their soul. Hell's Angel, as I recall, from the motorcycle gang. Yes. David Bucky says the power of clips is strong with Spooky One. Yes, I would agree. Are you involved with hatching a plan for the fake second coming, as Michael Sawa Wycliffe states early Tuesday morning? No, that's not me. That's another Antichrist guy. Antichrist and Lucifer are two different things, okay? Many get this confused, but it's okay. Wreaking Havoc says 70% is way too low. Yes, I believe there's many more idiots than 70%. Patty says aliens weren't at Roswell either. Yes, they were. Those were aliens. Yes, those were aliens, and they crash landed. And yes, that is what happened. That's the story, and I'm sticking to it. Yes. I love this. I want more UFO Lucifer Morningstar. Well, we aim to please, so I will be back. Hopefully it won't take years like it did last time. I've been busy, though. I got a haircut, and yes, I've been quite busy sharpening my horns and corrupting humanity. You know, I get a bad rap, Sweet Caroline. I definitely get a bad rap. Right? So many of you who are fans of Truth Seekers know that when we have a guest host, there is definitely a time limit to the proceedings. And that time limit is rapidly approaching. So in order not to melt, it's hot as hell here, we will be wrapping things up. Complizaire is here. And with a kind and generous 666, and says, Cambian du ter Felsker. Wait. To Felsker. Skirl. Du to Felsker. Well, I'll have to look that up. What does this mean, Complizaire? But thank you for your kindness, your generosity, and your support. Tim Houston is here and says, Dr. Joseph Farrell's Roswell and the Reich has a lot going for it, I reckon. Yes, excellent take on that subject. Yes. Is that German? Yes, I believe it is. I'm not going to look it up right now. UFO Lucifer, someone called out your number. Yes, it's my favorite number, 666. Yes, it is. Yes. Yes, Complizaire, it is from Germany. Long-time show supporter, and we thank him for his kindness, his generosity, and his support. By the way, I'm told that Stephen Cambian will be here with Spooky and that crystal hippie bitch, Brianna, tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Eastern Time to do a review of something called the Aerial Phenomenon movie, which people have asked for quite some time, but these are lazy humans. So tomorrow night, Stephen Cambian, Spooky, and the crystal hippie bitch Brianna from that one time I was abducted by aliens will be here to do that review. I am going to bounce on out of here, my friends. I think we will start a new series making videos about the parrot, UFO Jesus. Quite frankly, I was quite surprised to see him on a recent live stream. I thought he looked so foolish, telling people absolute nonsense for years now, that he would be afraid to show his face in public. But apparently not. He just changed his name from UFO Jesus to Post-Disclosure World. By the way, we're in a pre-disclosure world, you dummy. Pre-disclosure. But people will believe what they will believe. And apparently, UFO Jesus got too far down the rabbit hole, and anything that people say about aliens or UFOs is music to his ears, and he has no choice but to repeat it as factual, even though most of the time it's fake. Ha ha, lovely. So we will be bouncing on out of here, my friends. And I will be returning shortly. But in the meantime, tomorrow night, once again, Aerial Phenomenon discussion panel and review with Stephen Cambian, Kari, Spooky, and the crystal hippie bitch. She'll probably bring some crystals and shit. That's what crystal hippie bitches do. Yes. I'm looking forward to seeing her, actually. Quite magnificent woman, that one. Yes. Yes, I know what you human men think. Yes, she makes me kind of rammy, right? Yeah. Okay. Well, I've got to go, and I'm due back in hell. There's souls that I must make suffer, and other things. Yes, I will be returning shortly, but in the meantime, you can enjoy your normal human hosts here on Truth Seekers. So we will be back tomorrow night at 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Until then, my friends, I'm UFO Lucifer, reminding you that if a man is stupid enough to be compared to a parrot and not care and keep doing the parrot act for years, he's no one you should listen to. He is a useful idiot, a disinformation agent, and he should be banished from this thing. Good night, my friends, and may Lucifer bless you all.